So this past Thursday, Petaka released. It was actually my friend's birthday, so I already bought him a copy. Partly because I already have a copy, because the playtesters were given a copy of the game already, and I playtested this a few times. So I've already been through the game once fully. I haven't necessarily found quite everything in the game. I know there's at least one secret in this game that eluded me, so no promises on a 100% secret run. That heavily depends on whether I happen to find the one secret and that I never found before, and also don't forget any of the other ones. But we'll see what happens. I am actually going to play this on hard difficulty, and the main reason why is because So I played the entire game on normal. I've played, like, I guess not quite 3/4 of the game on hard already. We'll talk more about the difficulty settings when we get into it, but basically, I kind of know what to expect at this point, I think, so we'll play it on hard because I think I can get away with it. For those who aren't yet familiar with this, I have played the demo of this before on stream, and I think I did a little bit of late playtesting later in the cycle when they were okay with us streaming it. But for those not familiar, I'll read a little bit from the store page. Petaka is a 2D pixel art shooter-inspired sci-fi FPS that runs on GZ Doom. You play as Petaka, an angry amnesiac that is on a journey to revive his memories by exploring multiple universes through warp portal technology. His journey won't be easy because he'll encounter many one-eyed aliens and annoying drones that'll attack him. This is seriously what I'm not making this up, this is what the Steam store page says. Gameplay features, 2 modes available, story mode and horde mode, and actually if I go up here you can see that right on the screen. Various weapons available, fists, pistol, shotgun, machine gun, grenade launcher, plasma rifle, and more. All weapons have alt fires. Kill enemies with fist barrage by pressing 1 key to gain health and armor bonuses, so it feels a little bit like glory kills. It's not quite glory kills, but it's kind of close. 20 plus enemy types, useful power-ups like time freeze, rampage, and god mode, colorful NES-like cartoony graphics, 8-bit chiptune sound effects and background music by Indonesian chiptunes veterans like Remen Madaka, Shakaboyd, Remery, and more. 4 difficulty modes for players to choose from, very easy, easy, medium, and hard. If you go into here, you can actually see those. It's phrased as normal in-game. I always forget game to game whether it's called medium or normal as well, but the store page says medium, the game says normal. You start at the hub map that lets you choose the level you want to beat first via warp portals. So this is kind of hub-based, but it's not full-blown Hexen where you have to go, like, to different places to find different things to unlock other places. It's really up to you what order you want to do things in. Mature content description. This game may contain content not appropriate for all ages or may not be appropriate for viewing at work. Frequent violence or gore. General mature content. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure... I don't remember any gore in it. I mean, I guess there's like alien armor parts and stuff. Like, I feel like enemies in this break into confetti more so than like gibs or anything. We'll see as we get into it. It's pretty satisfying though in that regard. So, this game has a really cool aesthetic. I mean, if you couldn't already tell by the title screen, and yes, it is GZ Doom based. It is very. It feels more like a bullet hell than your typical GZ Doom game. A lot of the bullets are not hit scan, but a lot of them also travel very fast towards you. No. Oh, hey, Major Arlene. Shout out to Major Arlene. She's actually who provided the playtesters with their keys. Major Arlene does a lot of work for Hellforge Studios, who are the publisher for this. They are also the publisher for Relentless Frontier, which I have also done playtesting for earlier this year. Relentless Frontier is still in early access. Their team is still in the middle of working on various things, including, like, the entire other episode / rest of the game. Major Arlene's the keymaster. But yeah, let's get into this. Actually, before that, let's get into the options. I always review the options first. I'm getting ahead of myself because I've already looked at the options in this. But you've got completely custom options screens as well. So you've got your sensitivity, invert, gamepad toggles and sliders here. You've got your bindings at the bottom, which this goes into your typical GZ Doom binding menu. So I will mention that Fist Barrage is actually just, like, co-opted over the reload function, which is why it is bound to R by default. I also additionally bind it to F. Cold Dash is a thing specific to this game. And we do have inventories, as they mentioned. There's, like, different types of power-ups, so we will be using inventory, left, right, and use buttons at some point. You do have jumping and crouching. And then over here you've got your other controls. Actually, hang on a second. Do we still don't have a way to change the weapon bindings? I thought I did do that. I must have cheated and gone into all options to do that. Because you can cheat and go into all options by doing this, using F4. So then I can go into here, and we can customize these if we want. I thought I had customized these. I guess I hadn't for this game. I must be thinking of something else. Okay, don't worry about it. Let's go back into the actual options menu here. Look at gameplay. So the nice thing about the gameplay menu is it also includes the screen shake intensity slider, which is a thing that GZ Doom exposes. It also exposes Move Bob, which I have lowered a little bit. I think it defaults to 0.25. You think this reminds you of Blake Stone? That's an interesting thought, actually. I didn't think of that, but that's mostly because I already have Supplice stuck in my head as, like, the GZ Doom game that reminds me most of Blake Stone. But yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I don't remember if I already wrote that down at some point when I playtested. If I wrote down, like... I feel like there were, like, one or two other things that I wrote down it would be nice to expose in the options somehow, and that might have been one of them. I took a lot of notes, so I forget what I did and didn't write down at this point. It's been a few weeks since then. You've got aim assist settings for controller users. You've got always run, rather. You've got never... I feel like I did comment on this, never switch on pickup, the fact that, like, the phrasing of this is inverted. So it's like, if you're not checking this, then you are always switching on pickup. If you were checking this, then you're not switching on pickup. I feel like that was another thing that I wrote down that I'd given feedback on at some point. But I know, like, I gave a lot of feedback. To be fair, the dev, Sendatio Bayou, did address a lot of feedback from multiple people. And he definitely did mention that, like, there were, like, specific things that he would like to address, but didn't want to, bite off too much ahead of release. So there were potentially more things, like, there were potentially more updates to come down the line, and, potentially more content, too, but we'll get to that later. You've got your sound sliders, you've got your video stuff, so you've got VSync, full screen, brightness, contrast, saturation, renderer, resolution, and you can customize this. There is custom here. Unfortunately, when you customize it, it shows custom width and custom height, but there's no label. They can't fit a label for custom height. They ran out of room. But that's okay. We're sticking with 1080p anyway. And then an interface. They expose HUD scale here, which is really nice of them to do. They also expose message scale, which, if I recall correctly, I upped this to 4x when I played last. By default, enemies have hit point meters, but you can turn that off if you find it distracting or too much, or, you know, overcrowded. You've got the crosshair. You've got the crosshair scale. One interesting thing that I did report that did get fixed was the crosshair wasn't actually centered, and I found that out because at some point I paused the game and I came in here and played with these options, and as I was messing with the crosshair scale, it wasn't embiggening from the center. It was fixed at the top left corner, and then it was getting bigger or smaller from there, which meant that the center wasn't actually the center. So that has been fixed. So I can claim that is one thing that I pointed out that has actually been addressed since the playtesting cycles. Oh, and meanwhile, while I was looking at... see, I was stalling for time because Dead Camper's cat needed food, obviously, so... But yeah, let's get into it. We're gonna focus mainly on story mode. I might do a little bit of horde mode at the end of the story mode playthrough. I don't expect to get through this all in one stream, but over the weekend I'm hoping to get through it, although I did have a bit of a late start today. We'll see what happens. I'm gonna play on hard because I'm pretty sure I can handle it now. I have done playtesting on both normal and hard. I've only ever fully played through the game on normal though. But we're going to talk about the difficulty levels in this a little bit. That's actually one of the things that the developer said he might revisit more after, sometime down the line. Because I definitely gave some feedback on the balancing of normal in particular. So let's get into this on hard difficulty. So here's our intro cutscene, and it did tell us how to skip in the bottom. So our guy just wakes up, and it's like, hang on a sec, I'm trapped. Well, I'm no longer trapped. Why was I trapped, though? Press F1 or select to see help menu, and there is a help menu here. Speaking of Blake Stone and other 90s games, this should remind you of those. You've gotten so much feedback on difficulty, you're gonna have to work to parse out. Interesting. But yeah, let's get through the tutorial, and we'll see if anything befalls me before I get that far, and then we can maybe talk more about that. Oh, he addressed... Okay. I am so happy to see that something that I brought up in the last build was addressed, because I felt really bad that I was bringing it up in the last build, but it was only introduced in the last build. You'll notice at the top right there's a power-up display, and there's arrows below that. In the last testing build, one of the things that was spontaneously added was those buttons actually said Z and C. Here's the problem. If you rebind to literally anything but Z and C, then the UI is lying to you 100% of the time. And that doesn't look very good. So I'm glad they changed that. What the hell is happening? And it tells you how to advance dialogue. Advanced dialogue used to be skip dialogue. That was a slight bit of copy editing suggestion that I had given. Move near the door and press E or pad B to open. We've got our door tutorial. Press control or left shoulder to crouch. Press R or F because I bound it. I ended up binding it to two things. R is the default, F is what I bound it to. Or mouse 2 or right shoulder to execute fist... Wait, it's mouse 2 also? It's mouse 2 right now because it's my current weapon. It's alt-fire. Right, so I think it explains later that the R and F buttons are like dedicated fist barrage. Right-click is just your alt-fire button, and right now, fist is my weapon, so yeah, that tracks. It's been a while since I thought about the tutorial. Move near the door and press the pad B to open. In case you forgot how doors work, enemies will drop health and armor bonuses when killed by fists. Or I think more specifically by fist barrage, maybe. Activate switches, and a nice thing about a lot of the switches in this game is they move down out of view after you hit them, so it's out of sight, out of mind, kind of. And now's your jump tutorial, and actually you can Mario run over these gaps here because they're like single tile gaps. Remember, you can save and load your progress anywhere by pressing escape or start, because we've got an F2 menu. And we've also got quick save and quick load, of course, so like now I can do that with F6. Press mouse 4 or pad A to use power-up. So I changed the binding on this, I'm pretty sure. I should have done like a single punch first. It probably would have gotten them into critical already. I just fist barraged everything all the time. So we just picked up a key, and then the door switched to saying unlocked. So our tutorial message is here. Press mouse 1 or right trigger to shoot primary fire, mouse 2 for secondary. You can execute fist barrage while... And here, yeah, this is where it tells you that you have dedicated buttons for that. And you'll notice this barrage takes a few to get rid of these. Whereas the charge shot takes 10 ammo, but it takes the ice blocking the door out all at once. Yeah, dead camper, that was the first thing I noticed and remarked on. I'm assuming you just got back from cat duty. Press Z or D-pad down and C or D-pad up to change between power-ups. And so, like, the prompts that are shown in the tutorial messages here are sensitive to your binding. So, like, these change. Whereas, like, the stuff in the UI on the top right wasn't able to change because it was a static image. That was the problem that existed earlier. So we do have 2 things now because it just gave us 2, so we can experiment with that. So yeah, Major Arlene, this message has always been fine. It was only the UI that had it static, and I assumed that was unavoidable, but I don't know. Yeah, so this is where you'll eat shit if you're not... Oh, I used the wrong power-up. I thought I was using God mode. I used Rampage. So yeah, that's exactly what happens. Those guys do a lot of damage. So there is intentionally a save point here, an autosave. Of course, the funny thing is if you just stand there and don't move, those guys will actually not hit you. They will shoot around you in most cases. But yeah, you're supposed to just spam the power-ups there and not worry about them. And there's our ship. Our dude doesn't remember anything, but he remembers how to drive, fortunately. Destination Planet Unknown. Oh, never mind. He doesn't remember how to drive. This ship's doing it for him. Unknown hub station. There's our ship again. We can interact with our ship. Damn, the spaceship is out of energy. Alright, so, as I mentioned earlier, you kind of have free reign in terms of the order you want to do things. So we're gonna go in here first. This game is kind of like Mega Man X. If you were gonna speedrun this, you would do Chill Penguin stage first because you want dash ability. So we've got, like, a portal that leads us into each part of the world. And then we've got, like, a little area we can walk through that kind of, like, introduces you to the environment aesthetic for that region. And you can notice, like, this door even had, like, you know, frosty bits on it and whatnot. So here, if we scrutinize this a little bit, you can even see there's, like, icicles at the top here. If we scrutinize this a bit, you'll notice there's a Roman numeral 1 there. And then there's all these other things that look like somebody did a very bad job at playing Tetris and lost the game. You know how in NES Tetris it, like, blocks up the whole field or whatever? Actually, I think it just does, like, horizontal lines, though, so no, bad comparison. But basically, you can guess that these are each going to be stages, and if you wanted to, you could go in here, you could do a stage here, you could come out and decide to try another hub entirely, or another part of the hub entirely, and then come back and do the rest of this later, and that's kind of the idea. Best served chilled. So yeah, if we wanted to, we could actually go back right now, and it tells you as much if you wander behind where you came in. So these hovering dudes you really gotta be wary of. They can do a lot of damage if you're ever caught by surprise by one of them. That'll probably be a very common way that I die in this playthrough. Case in point. Fortunately, one of the things that they resolved very early on, like I think even in the first full playtest build I played, this had already been resolved, but it was something I had brought up in the demo, and Corzidon had also kind of commented on it. Corzidon is the lead dev for Relentless Frontier, was that it was very easy to get caught by surprise by bullets, because an enemy could fire a bullet, and it could reach you way later, and you could, like, maybe not realize it's there. You could just, like, round a corner and, oh, surprise! There was a bullet coming, and now you got hit, and now you're dead. So one of the things that the dev did was added, like, passive sound effects to a lot of the bullet sprites, so you can actually hear bullets coming towards you now. Hey, Zarek. So, like, you're kind of hearing the hissing sound of these guys' shots as they're passing. Whoop, I ran right into that one. So, yeah, see, that did about 20 damage. Not in good form today, clearly. Okay, so these guys, the punch indicators, I think, were also newly added after the first demo I played. But it's kind of helpful, because it makes it very clear when something is in, like, fist barrage death range. More dudes spawn in here. So those guys are not entirely non-threatening, by the way. They technically have like a very close-range melee attack kind of thing. So you want to make sure that when you approach them to fist barrage, you you don't walk up towards them before the fist barrage is ready. Because otherwise that's going to give them an opportunity to attack you first. Let's actually save. Also, I haven't been doing the alt-fire for this. Thanks for clearing the playing field. Oh, whoops, I didn't realize that guy was critical. So, this is actually retreading ground now, because we went in here first, but you'll notice that it added these arrows to kind of point us in the right direction. So it's like, it's potentially easy to come through here without even realizing that this is the room you were in before. Like, you'll find that this game is very streamlined in terms of, like, almost always encouraging the player to go in the right direction, because it very much is inspired by, like, NES run-and-guns and stuff. Oh, he was stuck on a shrubbery. I tend to, and this was something that I kind of, like, just got used to and didn't really think about commenting on, but I think Corzinen commented more about it, was that, so that was the alt-fire, it just does 3 shots in a row. I tend to wait until all of the enemies are either dead or stunned and waiting for fist barrage, before actually doing fist barrage, because I don't trust not taking damage from other things while I'm trying to walk up to things and fist barrage them. There was initially something that, I forget if I commented on it or if Corzinen did or if we both did, but fist barrage did not make you invulnerable for seemingly enough time initially. Like, it was not worth the risk at all, but that has been expanded so that you're invulnerable for at least as long as you're performing the move. Aren't we all stuck on the shrubberies of life? I don't know. I thought it might be too deep for me in the first stage of the game. Hey, there's a switch back here. Hey, that was a secret. Do I need to go back for that, or is that... I forget. Forget if that's actually... I think that's ahead of us. And the other thing about finishing enemies with fist barrage is... Oh, jeez, ow. Sometimes it ends up causing you to be pointing in, like, a really bad direction for what's coming next. Those guys I use the alt-fire on because they are pretty tanky. I mean, they're kind of literally tanks. Grenades, huh? Grenades is something we won't be using for a while. Okay, so this... You'll notice this is purple. Remember that switch that we hit in the secret that was purple? So this is that secret. There was actually a window peeking into this from earlier in the level. So they do sometimes give you previews of secrets. You know, they give you hints that, like, hey, you should look for how to get to this thing. The tricky part is, sometimes the secrets are non-contiguous. So, like, a lot of times when you get, like, a hint of a preview to a secret, you're like, oh, okay, I should look around here for this. In this case, not necessarily, because this is a portal from somewhere completely different in the level later on. So that can actually lead you astray. I will say that for the most part, at least from what I've seen, which is most of the secrets in the game, they usually don't require you to stray too far, but there are a couple of kind of crafty ones. So, this is worth pointing out. There are these icicles shimmering over the heads of these guys. And one thing that Sandatio tried to do was he made the icicles shimmer more often to make them stand out more. Because that was something I pointed out, was that, like, people are really unlikely to see that when they just see this huge barrage of red bullets flying at them. And sure enough, one of the other playtesters I saw play this on stream, and they took these guys out the hard way, and then later on, they were like... Later on, they noticed on one of the later ones, that was like, oh, I was probably supposed to do that the first time, wasn't I? It's not 100% of the time. They don't always give you an opportunity to do that, but a lot of the cases, especially in these levels, there is opportunity to literally dunk on them. Alright, so these are your stage transitions. They consistently look kind of like this. I did get all the... So, there were two secrets. It was kind of really one secret, because one secret enabled walking into the other one, basically. I want to check something, actually, because I forget if this is something I overrode. Although, I guess I can't tell now, because... I kind of, like, I copied most of my options from when I was playtesting to the final version. I thought I might have left the map options alone, though. But we actually have Doom colors here, and I'm not sure if I did that, or if that is actually, like, what it's doing now. No, it's probably not. Because it was probably set to this to begin with, which is very monochrome. So, like, I decided to set this back just so that there's, like, more detail to the map. This was something that I had commented on, because, like, in the earlier builds of this, they actually had it showing, like, the surface textures. I remember there was a conversation with another playtester in terms of why they decided to turn that off. But then the resulting... And I mean, like, this was a problem with the surface textures, too, arguably, is, like, you don't get, like, the details of, like, what's a door, what's a ledge, etc., etc. But with the fully monochrome map colors, you don't get that detail either, and the map just kind of, like, all blends together. So, I decided to change that on my end. And if people are interested in changing that, you press F4, you go to the full options menu, you go to auto map options, and then you turn off map defined colors and you set your map color set to what you want. Uh-oh. I got kind of pushed around by the shrubberies there. Nice of them to give me ammo for this there. Can I punch you? It's nice how they conveniently come down for you to punch them. I don't even know how they do that. It seems like when you approach them, and they're in, you know, stun state, they'll actually, like, lower towards you so that you can finish them off. I should point out that, like, they won't stay in stun state forever. They stay for quite a while, but it's not forever. And also, it is kind of easy for, like, similarly sized enemies to accidentally hide behind a stunned enemy. And they can shoot through each other for the most part, so it looks like you're getting shot by a cardboard cutout or something. So that is something to be careful of. Whoops, ow. Oh. Alright, we're fine on ammo. I was gonna say, like, I have to be getting near full on ammo for the pistol, and I am nearly full. So yeah, like, some of the music in this is very mellow. But then some of it is, like, very, very active. Oh, hello, guess what time it is? Haven't saved in a while, let's do that. Oh, we opened the door that's right in here, I just walked right past it. It's like there's enemies beeping at me to try to clue me in on where I should be going. You can see some stuff through the window here, and that looks like it's right through that door. And sure enough, it is. Yeah, see, he was shooting right through his buddy there. So obviously in Vanilla Doom, that wouldn't be a thing. Enemies would hit each other and they would start infighting, so like that was specifically disabled for most enemies in this game. Infighting was completely disabled in this game. So like, yeah, this is GC Doom based, but it is quite a bit different than your typical GC Doom game. I'm just remembering I may have overlooked... Yeah, this has one secret. I may have overlooked the secret. So this is a secret that it took me forever to find. And actually, I think I ended up, like, going to the map to where it was and figuring it out backwards. And I feel really bad because, like, there were so many times, even when I played the demo, that I was trying to jump to every single one of these things. See, there's something different about that one. And we get a machine gun for our trouble. We hadn't actually found the machine gun prior to that point. So that's one of the more crafty secrets in this part of the game. And now that just brought us back around. Like, we were here before. So that was just a convenience portal. Oh, got both of them. Alright. Oh, hello. And you definitely want to use those to finish those guys off, and we'll see why a bit later. We'll probably have an opportunity to demonstrate why you want to kill those with that thing. I mean, other than the fact that it one-shots them, that part seems pretty obvious of like, yeah, I should do that. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I was in the right side to begin with. Yeah, see, that door says unlock. Go through that one. The machine gun may very well become your best friend, because it tends to be pretty good. I like how we had to hit 3 switches just to break glass. It kind of feels like, you know, popping every bubble in the bubble room. That's a lot of dudes that are angry at me. Just the flood of bullets coming in here now. Oh wow, I wasn't sure if I'd be able to get up there to do that. The nice thing about the machine gun, and the reason I was kind of using it there, is, like, it's very good at getting enemies to stop doing stuff. It kind of pins them. Okay, yeah. Oh, what? There's dudes behind me, dude. That's not very nice of you. Well, I'm gonna die, probably. Yeah, so I got butt spawned. So notice he unhinged from the turret and then started flying around. Because I used the machine gun, he didn't get to really shoot at me once I started doing that. But that's why you want to finish them off with the ice trap whenever you possibly can. honestly don't remember those guys being there now. I wonder if that's hard mode specific. Like I said, though, I thought I played this part in hard mode. Okay, good. We get some health at the end of the level. But yeah, that part surprised me. I did not remember there being 2 of those in a row like that. Immediately a key, okay. Okay, this introduces the Berserkers. So the Berserkers, I believe, are an exception, and this might have also come out of my feedback. The Berserkers, I believe, are an exception to enemies not being able to shoot through other enemies, because I said something to the effect of, like, these guys are so beefy that it feels like they should block other enemies' shots. Like, especially if you are gonna, like, put multiple types of enemies in a room with them. Also, notice when I, what? Oh, jeez. Come back. Alright, fine. Go die in a corner. What was I saying before I nearly died? And that's the thing about... I guess now is a good time to talk about difficulties, too, and why I am playing on hard difficulty. I started playing on hard difficulty after I did my initial full run-through on my first playtest, because normal felt hard to me. And so an interesting thing happened, actually, when I played the second demo version of this after the first one, because I had a much rougher time with this the second time I played the demo. And it turned out that the dev had literally shifted the difficulty levels. So what was normal before was now easy. Very easy hadn't existed before. So here's the thing. Normal and hard feel very close together. Easy and normal feel like they have a huge gulf in between because it feels like they're changing multiple knobs. They're tweaking multiple knobs in between those levels. There's how aggressive enemies are in terms of how often they fire at you. There's their fire rate and or shot speed, like how fast the projectile actually goes. And there's how much damage each projectile does to you. If you tweak all those knobs at the same time, that's the feedback you've been getting. If you tweak all those at the same time, you end up with a very big distance. And so, like, when I played the Horde mode, I mostly played on easy, because the thing about both normal and hard, and why I'm playing on hard, is, regardless of whether you play on normal or hard, if you get shot by a barrage of bullets that you just didn't see coming because it's outside of your current FOV, you're probably going to die in 1 second, regardless of whether you're on normal or hard. Even though, yes, hard technically does make bullets hurt even more, either of those difficulty levels will have that effect right now. Whereas on easy, you can afford to make a big mistake that you didn't see coming. So yeah, it'll be good to see, how that evolves, but that was a thing that, like, I could understand the dev not wanting to make a big change, you know, close to release. Alright, where the hell was I going? I forgot, because I killed everything. Probably in here. Also, I know I did trail off on a thought earlier, and that by now I have completely forgotten. That says unlocked. It's only half unlocked. Did that open this? Yep. Yeah, I know that was something I harped on, like, pretty much from the beginning. And it's definitely a thing where, like, you know, once you've played the game once, if you want to do a repeat playthrough on a higher difficulty, then you kind of have an idea of what to expect. So, oh, he's trying to help me out here, but I can't... He's actually twitching and back and forth trying to help me get to him. There we go. So So, like, on a repeat playthrough, like, then you're maybe up for the challenge a little bit more. In terms of, like, okay, you kind of have an idea of what's coming. Now, this part can get a little hairy. Mostly because, there is a large distance here. Ow. Oh, he unstunned. See, I told you they don't get stunned forever. But yeah, the view distance here is so long out of the blue that, like, you can't see very well through the fog, but enemies can totally see you. So, I should point out that the alt-fire on the machine gun used to be a sniper scope, but the scope had, like, a lot of problems with, like, how long the animations took, and it was dropping inputs while the animations to zoom in and zoom out were happening, to where it didn't feel like it was worth it. So, like, the alt-fire now is basically the sniper shot without the sniper scope, which, like, I know I saw one of the playtesters get a little thrown off by that without knowing the history of it. But it was very clear to him that it was a very powerful and accurate shot, so, like, it still got the point across. And so that's effectively what it is now. It's practically like a hit scan railgun kind of thing. I don't have this yet, right? Right. But yeah, so basically what I'm saying is, like, if you start out playing this on normal and you feel like you're getting your ass kicked, don't feel bad. That's kind of, I would say, by design right now. I got turned around, didn't I? Okay, here's where we're going. I totally whiffed 2 out of 3 of those. The Berserker clearly is kind of kind of and also literally, actually, the pinky of the game. But I feel like it's harder to bait out its melee, so I kind of just don't tempt fate. Like, I feel like its melee is quicker than actual Doom pinkies. So now this is kind of leading us over here. There's a lot of kick on this alt-fire. That's a lot of bullets. I appreciate that when you kill enemies, like, the death sound is always full blast, even if you're far away from them. Well, I totally whiffed that. Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. There's also machine gunners at the end. Which, again, 2 can play at that game. I was intentionally using the machine gun so that only one of them would be shooting at me when there was 2 of them. Because the machine gun in this game really stun locks enemies. Most enemies. I don't think it really stun locks these guys. Oh, now I get to dish it out on that guy. Happened to get him into stun state. I have definitely seen some people play this and try harder than I do to, like, specifically get enemies into stun threshold. You know what I should try? That does one-shot them. The alt-fire with this is basically the same ammo requirement as the alt-fire with this. So this, you could basically... I don't know what the damage comparison is on the two, whether it's the same or not, but this is basically like instant pistol charge shot. Too close to that. Oops. Let's go actually kill that guy. I forget. Oh yeah, the secrets in this might have to do with that. I made a mistake. Use the machine gun. I might die. I swear that guy just flew. Oh, God. Well, I didn't die. Is there any health in here? Alright, this reopened. There's some health out here. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's where I came from, right? Trying to remember how this place worked. Check out here. See if there's more health. I'm actually doing okay right now health-wise, so I'll save. There were shotgun shells there, so that's nice. But yeah, I definitely made some bad moves a couple of times. I'm surprised I got away, because like, I was right on top of one of those berserkers. Oh, this is what I'm missing. That one's at least a little bit well hidden, because the thing is, like, that kind of texture does kind of stand out, actually, but you do have to kind of look for that one in a cubby hole, and then we can go in here. And then there's a whole bunch of stuff. We had a 25 health, we had a 200 armor. Oh, and that's the end of the level, too. So the secret was, like, right at the end of the level. So, done with Lost in the Snow, now Winter Assault. What? I thought I heard one to the left. Alright. Shouldn't have done that. I'm actually wondering whether I killed that guy or whether they did. Like I said, I'm pretty sure berserkers actually do block enemy bullets. Like, they do have collision with enemy bullets, whereas most enemies don't. We're breaking more glass. We're popping more bubble plastic. Who else am I hearing? Yeah, that's what I thought. Tank guys. Or a tank guy. Yes. Jeez, rude. It's like it was right around the corner, like, beep, beep, motherfucker. You saw that coming. You didn't see this guy coming, though. Probably in a bad place. I definitely... So yeah, a couple of the back spawns have got me by surprise, but, you know... Depends on how you feel about back spawns, really. I do kind of think they were a jerk move. The side spawn, though, was a good play, I guess, but, like, it was technically behind, from where I came from. Okay, here's another instance of that texture. And that's another extra machine gun, which I don't even need right now. And I think you can see that from one of these rooms. Forget which one. Is it here? It's here, isn't it? Yeah, that's the room I was just in. That's the teleporter I just took. So that's another case where, like, if you look around really closely, like, I have been walking around with blinders on a lot. Like, a lot of these rooms like these are just for show, and there's just, like, an immediate wall behind them, effectively. But in some of them, they do give you hints of things to look out for. And in that case, it's like, well, you gotta look out for a teleporter somewhere, clearly. Armor isn't just... No, armor is not just extra health. I mean, armor in this still functions similarly to Doom, I think. Although I haven't, like, super analyzed it in terms of, like, percentages. And here we need a red key and a purple key. And for now, I guess we're going down. Yeah, he got away, didn't he? There he is. I accidentally walked through a teleporter right as I hit him. Like, right as I dislodged him from the turret. Oh, we almost had the Wilson bot right there. You gotta be careful to, like, keep tracking them as they dismount, because, like, they do move a little bit. Alright, so we're going through there, I guess. Wait. Okay, we can go through either one. Yeah, so the color coding here is for, like, which one gives you which key. So yeah, that's the kind of thing that happens if you don't lock them down with the machine gun. What? Oh, you know what? I just remembered something. Something that I reported pretty late in the testing cycle was that I noticed that spinners in particular seem to break out of stuns surprisingly early sometimes. And I wonder if it has to do with their attack logic. It's like if you get close enough to... But no, you have to get close enough to them to finish them anyway. But, like, I don't know, that one just seemed to, like, attack me out of the blue when it was stunned. I was trying to take care of the Berserker, so that I could go and actually fist pummel the spinner. But then the spinner woke up. And I think I remember being surprised by that. And having it happen to me multiple times towards the end of testing, so that might still be a mystery worth solving at some point. You gotta remember, fences can be shot through. Just like in Doom. I stepped through that in an inadvisable way. That's the problem with that. The problem with the finisher is sometimes you end up in a really bad position for the next thing that spawns in immediately, which I know I commented on during playtesting. I think Corzidon did as well, and, like, one of the things I said was, like, it might be worth considering having, like, a second between one wave ending and the next wave spawning. And it's like, I can certainly see the draw of, like, specifically wanting it to be, like, very quickly punctuated, and so, you know, one thing immediately chains into the next thing, chains into the next thing. It just feels like, especially Fist Barrage in particular, does not interact well with the immediate chaining, because you may end up in a very bad position for what gets immediately chained. If I hadn't tripled that, I could have fist barraged him. Alright, that's fine. We've got health here. So, like, a thing you'll notice a lot of the times is, like, there will be, like, restock rooms. So, like, that again goes into, like, how this game very much is, like, flowing, always trying to, like, you know, bring you right to the next thing. So, like, there isn't downtime unless you want there to be downtime, basically. It might be boss fight time. Oh, not quite yet. Ah, you've got a thing above your head. Alright, no, it can't be boss fight time yet. We gotta get the other key first. I'm jumping the gun on that. And it looks like the key is right there. But obviously we're gonna have to make the rounds first. Oh, whoops. Alright, you don't have ice above you. So we'll lock you down like that instead. Kind of waiting for these floating guys to get to me first. Is he gonna get stuck behind that corner again? Yeah, kind of. Oh, nope, that time he didn't. Alright, now let's take this guy out. I think I got both of them. There's two of you. And there's two of these two. Okay. So yeah, you'll notice there's like a lot of multi-wave arenas like that. There was two of them. I'm glad that door stayed open, otherwise I would have been in bad shape. That was weird. I swear I pressed F, but it might have still been like at the tail end of the reload animation. Alright, so we have the one secret in the map. Oh, that was probably overkill. Save, because I haven't in a while. Oh, it might have just auto-saved anyway. Yeah, so you make a round, you make the rounds, and then the glass just spontaneously breaks. And that guy shows up, but there was ice above him the entire time, I guess? I don't know if that ice spawns in there, too. I never really pay attention on my way in. So now we have both keys. So now we go back up here. And then they just both get inserted there. Ow. Who's left? The problem is he's all the way through the fog, and I can't really see him. Alright, that's one. Is there still another one? No, I think that's it. The problem is I am pretty low on health. Wonder if I left any health back here. I left ammo. Take that. There's health in here, a little bit. It's better than nothing. I don't remember... Was this what went into the secret? Yeah, okay. Well, I'll take that because I need the ammo for that too, so... We might get health once we go through the portal anyway. Yes. We do. So, boss time. My name is Cardus, and I'm here to stop you. Wait, why did you imprison combat mode activated? This was another thing that I specifically commented on. The first time I played this, in the first 1 or 2 playtest versions, Petaka just says, wait, why? And then the battle just starts. Like, it doesn't wait for you to press a button here. So I like how they did this, so that, like, you still have the effect of Petaka getting cut off. But it lets you push a button, which, like, I get why they did it the way they did it, but it's a very rude start to the battle when you're used to these dialogues waiting for you to press a key in other instances. So, this is a good improvement. Whoops. I do have items that I could use. I didn't mean to use that, actually. You're good until next time. It is interesting how some of the dialogues allow you to, still keep moving while others don't. Like, there's different degrees of pausing or suspending control. Alright, I don't know if I'm gonna regret accidentally having used that item. Because that was a boss, but that was not the boss. We're not done with this, section yet. And that item I had gotten was actually from a secret. So, like, a lot of the playtesting I did was intentionally trying to kill bosses without using items. Because, like, I was worried the game would feel like it required you to find secrets. And, I mean, on harder difficulties, that's, like, not necessarily unreasonable. But I was specifically doing that testing on normal. Of, like, to me, it would feel bad if a game requires you to find secrets to be survivable on normal difficulty, and I've certainly played some Quake maps, you know, the rare Quake map here or there that felt that way. Music is oddly very mellow, given that this is actually the boss level. And we're coming to the boss right here, actually. Actually, one thing I should point out is that the music volume is actually kind of low. I'll increase it a little bit. And I think they did that intentionally. I think the default sound balance was probably done intentionally, because the one thing about this game is because both the sound effects and the music are, you know, kind of 8-bit in nature, the two can kind of blend into each other. They have a similar soundscape, so the sound effects can have a hard time standing out from the music. So I think it's good that they, like, default to the sound being, like, quite a bit louder than the music. It's just a little sad, because also the soundtrack in this game is pretty strong. Alright. Let's fight our first actual boss, as opposed to that Cardus guy. Has this done... This has done an autosave at some point, right? It might do an autosave right here. Am I awesome or what? Alright, so no problem doing that boss. That boss does spawn those, like, additional diamond things that will also shoot rapid fire at you, so I was pretty much just making sure to always be moving. One thing I know I did give feedback about on this boss chamber was I was surprised that this is one of the bosses that does have ads. And yet there's no additional ammo in the arena. We will see a variety of bosses. Some of them have ads, some of them don't. But the other that has ads has ammo in the arena, which is kind of appreciated. Ammo and also, I think, health and or armor resources. So I was kind of surprised this one didn't. But this does feel like the less problematic, or the, you know, the less troublesome of the two of the bosses out of the 3 areas. And now we get our reward for fighting through this area. And they give us aliens to test it out on. So first we get to, I mean, like, presumably those I was supposed to just shoot, but since they're melee enemies, I figured I would test the dash on them, which is the secondary. And then this talks about the mechanics of the secondary for mobility. Jump and then immediately press mouse 2 or right shoulder to jump further while using cold shotgun. I know I have watched people have trouble timing this, and, like, there's a reason this goes out of its way to say jump then immediately press. And honestly, I would even say, like, I tend to press both at the same time. Like, I'm basically pressing space and mouse 2 at the same exact time. And then they also tell you you can press cold dash at any time while using any weapon. That's why there's a separate keybind. Keystone acquired. Need to find 2 more to open that portal in the hub station. So yeah, this is why I made the Chill Penguin reference at the beginning. Was this is the part of the game that gives you your movement tech. I don't think you can really use that there. Alright, so that's 1 out of 3 parts of the hub. So then we've got our jungle over here and our city over here. Which I really love the city aesthetic, but let's do the jungle next. So, similarly to how we saw the, you know, the environment sort of sprawl out in front of us in the snow area, we see that with the jungle area as well. However, one thing I'll point out here, that stuff hurts you. So, fun story about that, actually. When I first playtested this, I had made a comment because some of this liquid was hurting me and some of it wasn't, and I was thinking that was intentional, but I was thinking that, like, they should have, like, a noticeable difference in the texture to be able to tell between things that should and shouldn't hurt you. Turned out the fix was just actually, oops, it's all supposed to hurt you. And I'm like, thanks, I hate it. So yeah, this is our damage floor section. You can see we have similar aesthetic going on with the lockdown things. Actually, that reminds me. Let me go show people what the snow area looks like now that we actually did all of it. So if I go in here now, you can see we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and they're all open. So we can go back to any one of those whenever we want. So I'm not sure if that was originally intended, you know, originally planned, but one thing that I had given feedback on during the demo was there was one particular secret, that required you to have the cold shotgun, but in the demo, once you finished a level, it was done. You couldn't revisit it. And the demo had, like, 1 level from each of the 3 areas, so basically, if you didn't do the area that gave you the cold shotgun first, you wouldn't be able to get one of the secrets elsewhere in the demo. And so that's where I kind of came, you know, that's where I mentioned, like, it would be nice if you could revisit to solve that problem or something. I don't remember if that secret is still a thing, or if they moved that into the later section so that it wouldn't even be an issue. But regardless, you've got revisitability. So now we're in the jungle section. I missed. You'll notice I end up actually switching to the regular shotgun a lot. I'm always wary of, like, using more ammo than I need to with this thing. Because it can be overkill for some kinds of enemies. I don't need that armor, right? No, but it also triggers enemies to show up when I step on it. Okay, I'm gonna save here because I'm pretty sure this is where another enemy gets introduced, and it can kind of surprise you. Oh, you actually saw their attack there a couple of times. Yeah, these guys. The alien Sarge. So, they can end up... One of them can end up coming down these stairs towards you pretty early. If you dawdle in this area after getting the key. And they hurt. They shoot grenades at you. They hurt a lot. I actually got hit by a couple there. I'm surprised I didn't take more damage than I did. I actually tried to get that guy down to critical range, and I still failed at it. Is this the end of the level? Did I not get any of the secrets? Yeah, we should probably try to get the secrets, but what I can do is I can go to the next level and then come back. I also missed an enemy. Alright, so let's actually go back out. And this is where revisiting can be convenient. So we just came out of this one, actually. We're gonna go back into 1. Right, so that is where a secret is, but that's not where you get to it. And then, of course, we also have this locked door that we didn't get into. I need those, actually. I forget if there was something in one of these. No. I might draw a blank on how this one worked. Oh yeah, and then we didn't figure out how to get into there, that's the other thing. So it's probably another, like, pair of secrets, actually. Oh, well, here's one right here. That's staring me in the face. I just didn't look at that wall at all. Like, that's the thing where, like... Yeah, and then that counts as 2 secrets. 1 to hit the switch, and then 1 to go in here. We're at 2 out of 4 now. Hang on a second. That's right, I forgot that in this game, the enemy count is kind of meaningless. Because enemies spawn in a lot. And those don't count towards the enemy count until they spawn in. Okay, so that gave us the time stop power-up, which I consider time stop to be pretty equivalent. Oh, hello. We've got a behind the portal secret. This isn't Quake, so there aren't under the lift secrets, but we have behind the portal secrets. So there's actually a chain reaction. We had to get this secret to get the other secret. I believe I have to go back this way. And that gets us into here, and then that gets us double pistols. Dual wield. That's all the secrets there. So now we can go and continue where we left off. I don't think there's any dual wield pistols in the snow area. I think you only see that here And maybe in City, I forget. Yeah, this music is a decent bit more active than some of the stuff in the snow area. That was a terrible idea. Like, yeah, I should get closer to them to circle strafe them. No, don't do that. Alright, for the time being, we're going this way. Oh, that's not even what I meant to do, but you can see you can freeze them with that, actually. Oh, I'm also standing in damage sector. Okay, so we just got the key for that, right? Yeah. Is that a free god mode? Okay, now we're crossing back through. We always gotta check behind the portals. There are actually no secrets in this level, so actually I know I don't have to always check behind the portals. Oh, that's unfortunate. Wait, how is that possible? That's a GZ Doom or a UDMF thing, isn't it? Because in base Doom, don't you like not have any control over aligning flats? Somehow the floor and the ceiling are out of sync with each other. That's one to write down for later. Well, this is neat. And there's stuff out there, actually. Oh, I think this has my favorite secret in the game. Like, I'm calling dibs on this secret. It's my favorite one in the game. That was bad. Well, there you go. I legitimately died there. Machine gun might be a better idea here. Just so I don't give them a chance to do things. So it is cool how the cold shotgun will always, like, obliterate things into frozen smithereens, in particular. Ah, this is the first appearance of ghosts. Which are a little bit wacky. Definitely gonna save here. I think there was an autosave there anyway. Whoops. I didn't mean to actually sit there like that. So I think they're leading me down that aisle on purpose. Yeah, because that's locked. Maybe this isn't the map with my favorite secret in the game. But it's in this section. Alright, this section is pretty nasty, but there's also stuff here. Do I remember what that opened? It might be later, actually. It might have been that. Yeah, because look at that. That kind of matches the yellow, right? Okay. And there was also... Yep, you could peek at this from earlier, too, I think. I'm gonna save. Okay. That was fine, actually. That's funny, you come in here, it's like, that's locked, what am I gonna do about it? And then this opens. Oh, did I want to do that? Okay, actually, yeah, this is the map with my favorite secret in the game. I think it's here. There's nothing here! Also, it doesn't count as a secret. It makes the secret noise, but it doesn't count as a secret. I already had 2 out of 5. So that is my favorite secret in the game. Because it's a waterfall secret, it doesn't actually count for anything. And also, you would totally take damage getting out of there again. But still, it's like they knew I would play this, so they put in a waterfall secret that isn't a waterfall secret, so they can be like, alright, we did it, now shut up. Yeah, hit the rock and not me, thanks. Alright, so this one in particular seems very obvious. A secret purple door is open. You might remember we saw the secret purple door. But it's funny they call it a secret purple door because there's conveniently enough this huge breadcrumb trail that didn't exist before. So like that wall was very blatant. There's even new breadcrumb enemies here. So like you get very blatantly rewarded for opening, you know, for pressing U's on a very blatantly obvious wall with a very blatantly obvious path to a door that the game claims is allegedly secret. And yes, that counts as a secret. I honestly, like that's not really a secret. So this level has the waterfall secret that isn't a secret, and then the very not a secret that is a secret. I missed a secret. There's actually a fifth secret. Do I remember where the fifth secret is? I actually don't remember where the fifth secret is. You might have to look through this level again. I mean, if the waterfall secret had actually been a secret, then that would have been it. But, it's not, though. So let's maybe have one more look through it. Because I'm pretty sure the first time I played Jungle, I actually did find all of the secrets in it. Wait, did I just go into the... Yeah, whoops. That's the next map. That's not what I said I wanted to do. I need to go back into 3. 4 is what we just got to. I was like, wait, why are there enemies here? I don't think there's ever anything in the starting room. Like, behind you in the go-back portal. I don't think there's anything out here either. I don't remember if there's an actual waterfall secret in addition to the not really a secret. Oh, wait, is that... That might actually be the other secret. But if it is, it's coming from a teleporter. And then the question becomes... You know, I'm actually curious. I'm gonna tweak the map options again. Yeah, so all of those little floor tile details also show up on the monochrome map. So, like, that's where it gets a little noisy. Whereas here, you can at least know to tune out the beige, the tan lines as contour. Actually, it kind of looks like there is something of a teleporter. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Is there an actual waterfall secret? Because it kind of looks like there's an actual waterfall secret. There is an actual waterfall secret. Wait, this doesn't explain the teleporter I saw, though. That's the last secret, but that's not even what I was looking for. I was expecting there to be a teleporter back there. So on the one hand, I got all the secrets. On the other hand, what's that then? Or is that seriously just like a thing I didn't need at the time? I'm actually confused now. Well, we can get to the end of the level again pretty quickly. Let me look really quick at the map here. That has to have been somewhere I actually was. I guess I'm not gonna worry about it. We got the secrets. We got what we came for. It's funny how, like, the fog affects everything except that. I don't know if that's because it's through a portal or what. Alright, into... This was J4, right? Yeah. Welcome to the jungle. Do we have fun in games, then? I always really liked the bookcase texture here, because, like, I was like, oh, this is the nave level of the game. Because I always liked the nave aesthetic in Quake, and one of the parts of the nave, one of the facets of the nave aesthetic is bookshelves. The only unfortunate thing is I don't seem to recall there being any bookcase secrets, which seems like a missed opportunity. Oh, whoops. I should have actually punched them. A lot of times in this particular playthrough, I've been, like, shooting them before I realized that they're the punchable guys. That's pretty funny. You can notice that you're, like, staggering them backward there. I never really paid much attention to that, but that kind of made it very obvious. I'm surprised I didn't get hit by any of that. Okay, that was kind of confusing. That didn't actually activate a portal. It actually opened the thing behind that. That activated the portal, and it actually activated it from the other side. There's also an autosave moment. Oh, I'm getting really low on ammo for that. Crap. Whoops. Smacked right into that one. Alright, good. There's some bullets there. Is that a teleporter? Yeah, and I guess that's where we're going right now. Are there traps like that on both sides? No, maybe not. Oh, that was you could argue that was a bookcase secret, but it was more of a bookcase trap. Well, might die. Didn't die. Oh, I shouldn't need to punch these guys. Okay, there's some help in here. Alright, we're suddenly in okay shape. Oh, boss time? I missed some secrets in here. Should we perhaps go back and try to find the secrets first? Presuming that it, hasn't blocked me from backtracking all the way. If there's something hidden up here. I don't see any teleporter textures up here, so I don't think they did the sneaky thing here. Oh. Oh, that's new! I remember there being a window like this in one of these levels. They actually made it more obvious. So, here's the thing. We're gonna see more of these windows later. There used to be a window here that was green, so it looked like all the rest of these windows, and I think I commented to the effect of, like, if you haven't been to the part of the game yet that has more of these windows, you're not gonna even really take any note of this. But the thing is, that's destructible. They made it, one, they made it a different color, two, they made it look cracked. So that's actually a really good call. So that's another instance of, like, as long as you actually look in that direction, it's actually going to stand out very, very, very obviously. Like, maybe even too obviously. So that lets us go through here and get that, which is infinite ammo. But yes, I distinctly remember that being a secret, but they definitely changed the appearance. And it actually stands out way more now, and I just, like, blatantly didn't look at it. Like, it's very possible that it was within my peripheral vision, and people on, you know, people watching the stream might have saw it. Might have seen it, and were like, hey, what's that thing? It looked kind of, you know, conspicuous. Okay. So now I believe, yeah, now we have 2 out of 2 secrets. So it's time for mid-boss again. My name is Cardus, and I'm here to stop you. Wait, please let me finish my combat mode action. Alright, that's great. So, the very first, this was one thing that I did not have an opportunity to retest. The first time I played this, when I got to the second instance of this, it transpired exactly the same as the first time, and I was like, oh man, I was hoping for, like, new dialogue. But then on the third time, it was actually different, if I recall correctly, so I was like, okay, it would be cool if the second time were actually different to, like, make it obvious to the player that, like, yes, it is keeping track. So, that's a pretty good replacement for the line there, of like, now hang on a damn second, let me finish my sentence. And he still didn't. Alright, there we go. Okay, you won again. See you next round. Which means there's gonna be a next round, by the way. So I think this will take me back. Yeah, that takes you back to before the fight. And then if you've already done the fight, it doesn't mute, you know, it doesn't kill the music there. Alright, so we got 200 ammo back for our machine gun and pistols immediately, so that's good. Okay. So, Guardian of the Wilds, we're into the final level of the jungle area. I may end up resorting to using an item here. We'll see what happens. I'll try it at least once without items. Oh yeah, surprise! So, like, it's good that there's an audio cue, you know, that you hear this door open. Alright. Almost full ammo for that, that's good. So, actual boss time. And this one I actually think is the hardest of the three in the three areas initially. Because he spawns ghosts. Oh, that wasn't what I wanted to do. Yep, so I died. We'll try it one more time without items before I resort to an item. The thing about this arena is there is actually health in it. Okay. No one can defeat me, because I'm... Wait, what's my name again? So this is why I commented on the other boss arena that, like, it was surprising to me that the other boss arena doesn't have resources in it, while this one does, but this definitely feels like the toughest of the three bosses in the three areas to me. So, the resources being around the edges here, you kind of have to go out and look for them. And realize they're there. But that makes this a fairer fight, for if you didn't happen to find the items. Because again, like, most of the items were in secrets. I think we got the time... Was it the time freeze that we were just handed, or was it the God mode, actually? The God mode would be great for this fight. So now we actually do have one of each item in the game, by the way. Rampage, God mode, time freeze, infinite ammo. And what are we gonna get this time? It's... the grenade launcher. You'll notice that took out that turret. It didn't detach. And that's actually what this tells you. Grenades are useful for destroying turrets. Turrets will not detach from their docks if you destroy them with grenades. 2 keystones acquired. 1 more to go. Okay. So we are making pretty good time so far. And again, like, this is not... I probably should have said this more clearly up front. This is not a first playthrough for me because I playtested this. I will say that the one part of the hub that we haven't done yet is the one that felt by far the longest to me. And I was actually kind of surprised when I playtested it. But we've also taken, like, less than an hour per area so far. I've kind of tore through them. For a first playthrough, I would say, like, easily expect each of these to take 1 hour. The ones that I just did. This one, however, City 22, can easily take longer than that. You'll also notice there's this locked door here, which is intriguing. We're not going to worry about that just yet. But I think this aesthetic is really cool. I think when I was playtesting this at one point, I think I remarked something to the effect of, like, this feels the closest that I have gotten to, like, basically playing, like, a first-person view of, like, a Sunsoft action game for the NES or something. You know, like a Blaster Master or a Fester's Quest or whatever. In the other sections, we didn't explicitly open a portal just to this, did we? Wasn't that just kind of there? We kind of, like, just went through an area and it was there? I don't know. Am I misremembering already? But here we've got, like, the more condensed city aesthetic instead. And then the aesthetic of the locked portals is a little bit different this time around, too. It's actually just squares instead of, like, the Tetris shapes. I want to take a break here. But I think we might be able to get through the city levels, or at least most of them, in today's stream, even though I had a late start. So we're making good time on this so far. And we'll see what we can do with this section when we get back in a few minutes. Alright, sorry about the delay. Had a little bit of tech support to do in between things. Let's get into City 22. Arithmeticus. Alright, starting City 22 right now. Welcome to City 22. Oh, I'm shooting the guys that I should be punching again. Oh, yeah, so they applied these kind of changes to everything. All of these look like they're busted up already. So they all, like, look like they should be destroyed. They very much stand out now. So, this is ostensibly where the mechanic of breakable glass gets introduced. And it used to just be a flat pane with no, like, cracks in it or anything. But, like, you would end up in this room, there would be nowhere else to go, there's a weapon given to you in this room, so you kind of figure, this thing's staring me in the face, I should try shooting it. But that's where I was saying before, when we had the one that was a secret in the forest area, the jungle. If you hadn't already been here once, to know that those big panes of glass in particular are shootable, you could end up missing, you could just totally pass by that secret and not even suspect a thing. But one, they applied the cracks to that, and two, they changed its color to make it really stand out. But, so that's why I was curious when I got here whether the cracks were applied here too, and they are. So all of them have the cracks now. Which maybe makes them too obvious, but it makes them obvious. So, like, people aren't... There's no way people are gonna get stuck. I'm pretty sure... I don't remember if there were any others besides this one that were actual progression. Yeah, this might be one of the most colorful GZ Doom things you've seen. Oh yeah, actually, I think there might be a secret here too. There is a secret here too. I don't even need it. I'm gonna have to remember that one. Maybe I'll need it later. Alright, so that's locked for now. So... Yes, both other areas, aside from the snow area, do have the double pistols. And this one is hinting at... One of the most blatant hints at a secret to be obtainable later. Meanwhile, I did walk right by these arrows before. They are telling me I have to go this way right now. Punching gets you armor and health. It is basically Doom 2016 glory killing. So this is the area that actually introduces the machine gun aliens, which we saw briefly in the tutorial. I think I died to one there, because I used the wrong power-up. But this is the area of the game where you have to deal with those for real. So, like, this area of the game, I definitely, like, debated whether the revisiting made sense for the game. Because, like, this area feels like it's designed to be done last. It feels like a ramp-up compared to the other two sections. It feels like snow, then jungle, then city is kind of intended. But you can argue that, like, if you were to do this before jungle, you would definitely benefit from having this area's, like, reward for the jungle boss as well. So it almost has a little bit of a Mega Man feel to it in terms of, like, well, this seems effective against that boss, but what you get over there seems effective in this area, too. Yeah, so, oh, you know what? This one might also be progression. Is this progression? No, this... Okay, this is the secret that I forgot whether they kept in or not. This is the one that if you didn't do the snow section yet, you wouldn't be able to do this. I hit the wrong button. I would like to not waste that. We're gonna reload from my last autosave. I need to redo a few rooms. Yeah, so machine gun works against these guys too, but the other one was shooting from behind the first one. Who is your character? Why is he angry? That is a good question. Because he doesn't know why either. Or I guess maybe him not knowing why is why. Ow. Why did I let myself get hit by all of that? Also, hang on a second. Oh, that's right. You can go in here, but you can't do anything in here yet, because that's locked. A rare instance of actually being allowed to go the wrong way first. So let's actually hit the right button this time. Red door has opened. Have we seen the red door yet? That's a better question. Oh, he was stunned. Oh well. I could have punched him. Time for I can't believe it's not Duke Nukem 3D. This just gives you a whole bunch of ammo for everything. Also, we do have the grenade launcher now, we gotta remember that. They actually give you ammo for that here. Oh, I got stuck there. Okay, that hurt. I think I need to get into the groove again. Alright, here's the red door that opened. There's your secret. I don't even need them. And then this is just a shortcut back, right next to it. And no, this was not a door on this side. This was like a billboard or something. So it's like not even obvious until you come out here that this was a door. That's entirely just a shortcut. I don't suppose, you know, since we got the shortcut, actually. Did I leave some health somewhere? Wait, is this where the armor was? No, the armor is further out. Wait, no, the armor's right over here. Grab that now. I definitely need it. There's some health. So actually, that's a very useful shortcut to have. And then here's even more health. That's where I came from, right? Yeah, so we're actually going this way. Oh, and that's the end of the level. We got all the secrets. And I somehow managed to not die, despite how badly I handled that. Alright. Lots and lots of fragmenting enemies. Alright, that waterfall was not a secret. Oh. He's stuck in the tree. It's like getting a kite stuck in there or something. Alright, so like, yeah, this is another instance where, like, that's very obvious. And actually, that one is required progression, so there is another one. Yeah, this game really likes portals. Got Statler and Waldorf up there. Whoops. This is another very obvious secret. Do I need that armor right now, did I? That's not very nice. Fortunately, you can just stare right at him and he'll shoot around you. Oh wow, I am almost out of shotgun. Okay, we just got more. I actually have to keep an eye on that because, like, I swear some weird things happened to me in the testing phases. Interesting how there's, like, the dark wall here. It does make them stand out. Yeah, I guess they're all like that. Wasn't very nice. So that was our first rocket turret. And those are turrets, so they will detach just like the machine gun ones if I don't use the grenade launcher. So this is where the grenade launcher, having gotten that first, comes in handy. Which is why I say I feel like I feel like these levels were designed to be played in the order that I'm playing them. I mean, in terms of it being flat, there's definitely accents here and there. To a certain extent, they were going for a certain aesthetic. And some levels are, like, the city levels might honestly be flatter than some of the others. The snow levels actually have a lot of, like, shrubs and rocks and stuff, and like, little bits of ice in the way. Kill him. Oh, jeez. Yep, that's the kind of thing that can happen. Okay, we're almost full on shells now. That's good. I mean, if you mean flat in terms of, like, square rooms and stuff, that's definitely kind of a thing they were going for, I think. Alright, that just opened a portal. Okay, right, so this goes through the middle of where we were before. Definitely aliens. Some of them are arguably robots, though, because you have, like, the turrets and the floating things and whatnot. That was bad. That was an instance where, like, finishing off an enemy in that particular place was not great. And yeah, that's the introduction of the burger droids, I think, which, their shots have homing ability. Maybe I should go and look for health first. Yeah, like, there's some that I didn't use before getting in there. Oh, how am I doing on grenades? 86, not bad. Yeah, so, like, the fact that they made all of these look destroyed now, you know, like, broken, kind of makes them really stand out. Oh, we got more grenades there, too. This comes back to behind where I was, doesn't it? Can I go back this way, though? Yeah. Probably faster to... Oh, yeah, and this is actually the end of the level. There's your level transition. Yeah, the sound effects being added to projectiles was definitely a huge step up for this game. In terms of just fairness. Of not just always being, obliterated by things you didn't hear coming. Meanwhile, title music? Interesting fog color, actually. I don't remember if it was always this color. Like, it kind of makes it look like it's nighttime, which is neat. The only problem is it also applies inside. Although I guess we're not really inside, so... There's still skylight up here. Leave another one alive, or did I get it? Oh, right, and the burger droids actually do drop single grenades. So they help me get my ammo back for that. Alright, so we're actually going in here. Could probably be using the machine gun against those guys too, to not let them get as much of a chance to shoot. But yeah, the chain gunner ones absolutely will. And you weren't here for the earlier part of the game, but there was also a machine gun turret which had a similar effect. The chain gun aliens are actually interesting in that if you just don't move, they tend to miss. Because they fire like that. And you're here, so they just... it just whizzes past you. Yeah, like there, if I hadn't moved, I would have been fine. Oh, introduction of the drone maker. AKA Pain Elemental. That's basically what it is. Because those drones were basically lost souls, but they can shoot. The reason I really know that is in Arena, or rather, there was still a dude up there. In Horde mode, you can finish a wave by killing everything except drones, the little flying drones. They don't count, which lost souls don't count towards kills, so that's why. But yeah, you definitely, especially on normal and hard, you have to keep moving. And it helps to have an awareness of where things open up. The nice thing about the regular shotgun, as opposed to the cold shotgun, is it happens to fire at like the exact same rate as the drone maker opens its mouth. So you can basically just keep countering it by just shooting it with the shotgun, and it won't actually get to do things. The machine gun, I mean, the satisfying part might be where the enemies stop getting to push buttons. Alright, where am I going now? I just got the key, so we're going back out to the beginning, presumably. Yeah. And there is, like, a little bit of, like, screen shake on it. Like, there's a little bit of jittering, and that might be part of... a part of what makes it good. Makes you think it's satisfying. Oh, I could have punched a turret to death. But yeah, so this was raised for a while there. I actually only just now realized it lowers right when you go in there. So it's like you have to actually like step around this to get to the door you need to open, but they did put an enemy right in front of it to signpost that that's where you're going next, and that is what we just got the key for. That's unlocked. That needs red. I can't even pick that up, can I? Because you can only have one. Originally, you could have 2 of each item, but they changed it to just 1. So I guess I should use Time Freeze in here, because I'm gonna get another one. Because I have been, like, not using items. Or I could just keep not using items. I accidentally used 1 item earlier. So this is actually not a... no items run. Because didn't I use a rampage by accident near the end of the first Cardus fight? But you can kind of see why they put Time Freeze here. Now, there is one thing I will say about Time Freeze. Actually, I guess there's 2 things I'll say about it. One, it's kind of weird how it, like, starts... it starts to wear off before it actually fully wears off. It's a little weird. But the other thing is, projectile weapons don't get along with it very well, because the projectiles also don't travel until it's over. Oh, I really overkilled them. Wow, okay. Oh my god, stop walking into that. I have no shells left. Wait, how do I have no Didn't I have, like, over 50 shells? Did anybody catch how I ended up with no shells remaining? Because I will absolutely mention that shells have been mysterious to me in this game. But maybe I did actually run out of them. Alright, we've got more shells now. Were there any more for me to pick up in here? I really didn't think I went through that many shells. But now we've got 60, so we're okay. We're not okay on health, though. Hey, I also left health in here. Alright, now where did I just come from? Is this where we're... This is probably where we're going. Okay. I miss. Oh boy. How did I miss that time? Oh, I shot over him, apparently. Supposed to be a grenade launcher. Kind of fires like a rocket launcher, really. Yeah, Rampage is basically like Quad. Stop shooting these guys. They're just a little guy. Punch them instead. It's literally telling you to punch them. And then these guys show up like, how dare you punch them? Oh, jeez, yeah, don't walk into that. They're kind of not able to really hit me from there. Oh, come on. Why did that take that many hits? I thought I was usually taking out the rocket turrets in, like, 2. Or grenade turrets, whatever. They break into potato chips. Oh, man. I never really thought of it that way. Ow. The drones did most of that. Right, so now I can go through here. Really doesn't seem like that should count as 2 secrets, but it does. So that's another infinite ammo, which I end up never using, because there's so much ammo in this game to begin with. Although, there is the fact that I managed to run out of shells earlier. Yeah, I could kind of see, like, you know, tortilla chips or something, right? Or Doritos. I hate Doritos. Punch the switch, for God's sake. I just didn't actually mean to do that. Alright. We've got all the secrets, whoops, to account for in this stage. Okay. So this is the beginning room again, actually. But now it's, like, pointing us through the middle. We've already been through those sides. This was where we went first, actually. We started here, facing that way. But it's not a bad idea to do this in case you do decide to, like, go back and you know, look for spoils, you know, extra ammo and stuff to pick up. To remind you, this is where you were eventually going. I will still look behind things briefly, even though I should be done with the level. There's no secrets left to find. Oh, is this actually the tough room? This is not the room I was thinking of. That's probably the next level. Alright, we're still above 80 grenades. Not bad. Because I feel like I remember... Like, this section has all the turrets. So it makes you really glad if you went through jungle before this and got the grenade launcher, but then I do remember running out of grenades in this place, so... That's why that's kind of on my mind. And I'm, like, trying to keep in mind to, like, remember to save grenade for, the turrets that really warrant it. Well, now we move. Alright, so there are still weird things going on with the shotgun, because you saw I had 84 shells, and then I picked up allegedly 4 shotgun shells, and now I have 86 shells. And at least in the world that I come from, 84 plus 4 is not 86. So something is still very weird with some of the shotgun ammo in this game. Which is something I pointed out towards the end of the testing phase. I don't know if some of them are... Yeah, okay, that was another allegedly 4, but gave me 2. I don't know if it's actually that, like, some of them are meant to be 2. But that would seem weird, because, like, Doom normally just has 2 sizes of ammo pickups. There's the box and there's the small. I probably wasted that box of shotgun shells, but it's probably fine. They're clearly giving us all of the ammo intentionally. So... Alright, we're almost at the end. We've only... Well, I don't know if we're almost at the end. I gotta remember the enemy count doesn't necessarily mean anything. Oh, shit, I backed right into it. By accident. Okay. So that hurt a bit. Was there health here? Yes. Let's get the health. Oh, and there was also even more ammo here. Okay. And that is the end of the level. Alright. So that was C3. Break the walls down. You will understand in a moment why this is called Break the Walls Down. Am I allowed to open this? No. Yeah, it's a good thing this level has catchy music. Because, I was surprised at how big this level is when I got to it. You can already see, like, even from the outset, it's already got a higher enemy count than where we just came from. I believe this song was also present in the demo. Also, this kind of looks a lot, or at least a little, like the room we came into in the hub before we got to this set of levels. Yeah, definitely Triforce pieces or Doritos. Oh. And also, this level has no secrets. And I'm gonna keep looking anyway. So, you need all keycard, singular, should be keycards, plural, to activate the gadget. How did I not notice that before? Or did I? And I just don't remember reporting it. There were definitely a couple of grammatical things here or there that I did report in playtesting, but I might have missed that one. Drones, please. Let's go and get more of that health. That's why I saved it. Oh, okay, not sure if I got the full bonus out of him, because he actually, like, unstunned right as I started the barrage, because I didn't even realize he was there. I accidentally left him there. Oh, that was me being hasty. As long as you, like, keep outpacing the homing grenades that those things shoot, they will eventually, like, hit the ground and not you. Hi, that wasn't very nice. I got point blank by that guy. And that's the thing, is, like, I guess even if they delayed the spawn of the next wave, it's like, if you don't know where the next wave's gonna be, it's like they would have to specifically, like, delay enemies' first shots so that you have a chance to react to where they are. Oh, we might die. So actually, to Arithmeticus's point earlier about the game seeming flat, you'll notice there's stairs here. One funny thing is actually in the arena, the horde mode levels, they actually replaced the stairs with ramps because enemies tend to have an easier time with ramps. Glad I didn't let myself get hit by that, because I sure came close to it. I don't know if I'm just, like, you know, falling prey to typical Doom weapon RNG in terms of damage. Oh yeah, we have the rare four-sided switch. Oh, that was a drone maker. It's two drone makers. Yeah, let's not let them make drones. Also, actually, I'm curious about something. I don't know if I can actually stand within that sector to know whether it damages me or not. It might just not damage me. It looks like it ought to. It looks like lava, but... okay, where am I going now? Right there. Oh, there's more health here. Okay. That's a rampage, and I already have one of those. Am I required to pick this up? No. Might as well, though. I just killed both of those with one shotgun shot with rampage on. Alright, so that's the end of that section. So did I pick up the other one? I forgot to pick up the other one. Kind of important. We're gonna go back in. I assume I should have been able to pick up the other one. I also wanted to get health anyway. Yeah. Yeah, so this section, they give you a warp to shortcut your way out. It's kind of a one-way, go all the way in, but we still need all of the keys. I'm pretty sure you can do them in whatever order you want, though. I shouldn't have done that. I should have just used the machine gun for those guys. Okay, this might be the room I'm thinking of. Because there's just a ton of dudes that end up lining up. Including machine gun turret guys, which we haven't seen in a while. And I'm, like, force of habit going back to my old ways of machine gunning them to death, but I could have used the grenade launcher on them, too, and it would have stopped them from, you know, detaching and flying around. It would have just, like, taken them out right where they were. Alright, actually didn't do too bad in that room. This room absolutely clobbered me the first time I played the game. I mean, you saw how many of those machine gun guys were, you know, sauntering around the corner here, one after the other. So it's like while you're focusing on one, another might line up right behind it. And then, of course, you also have the flying dudes that shoot the big round projectiles, which also do a fair bit of damage. Like, they're honestly, like, pretty dangerous, and they're basically everywhere in the game. Whoops. Oh, I didn't really mean to do that, but I'll work with it. Yeah, so we're not quite done. So this is one thing that I commented on that I would love to see them do, which is... So those guys start... Yep, there's still more of them. Out of machine gun. Those guys start in here. The problem with that is you don't necessarily realize they're in there because this is in front of them. You already have these arrows here, you already have these arrows here. I'm pretty sure there's more out here too. Yep, there are. So you really don't need these arrows here in the way of seeing the enemies that will absolutely murder you in half a second. So I really think they should maybe think about taking out these particular sets of arrows here. If you're gonna have enemies in those things waiting to beat the crap out of you. Alright, so that's 2 out of 3, right? Clearly, this is pointing me here because I haven't done it yet. Kind of see their, yeah, there's stuff hinted at in here. You can actually get up there and see it too. There's the yellow key. But it's behind a locked yellow door, so clearly that's the exit, not the entrance. The skybox image tells you have to play Duke Nukem 3D again. If you weren't here for the beginning of this part of the game, there was definitely a specific Duke Nukem 3D moment referenced. But actually, it's okay, because if you're here for the next 10 minutes, you'll see another one. Did he really wake up that fast? Damn. That was an instance there of, like, someone firing at me from behind a stunned enemy. So it's like you kinda can't sleep on that. It's a little unfortunate that they can stack up that neatly to where you don't really notice the one behind them that's still a threat. Oh, whoops. Those were punchable guys. Oh, I already took all the machine gun ammo. There might be more in here. Yep. Yes, there was one right next to me, too. Oh, surprise, more machine gun dudes? Oh no, it's just these guys? And also tanks, which we haven't seen in a while. Tanks for the memories. What? Rude. I ended up being right on top of that thing as it came out. Fortunately, there's some health here. I think that might have been a previous dog. Actually, I forget. Alright, yep, so like I said, this is the exit, not the entrance. We just warped into here. You actually could... You could have seen the teleporter to begin with. So this is kind of another case where you go all the way in and get warped back out, but the actual objective is on the warp back outside in this case. So, you know, they changed things up for each of these, which is interesting. Like, each of these three paths is a slightly different experience. That's a grenade. Still have almost 80 grenades, so I have not nearly overused them to the extent that I did the first time I played this. Okay, so, ready for another Duke Nukem 3D moment? I mean, you know why these switches are here. You remember what the name of the level is called. There you go. And that's where we're going next. Haven't quite killed everything. of took a risk getting that close to those guys, but I managed to stay under them. I jumped on that one to get the stuff, but after you hit both of them, it actually does lower both. Those guys tend to have a little bit of a logistical problem with the portals. And now this arrow is here to point us in that direction. That is where we're going now. And they sure are equipping us well. Almost like there's another boss fight coming. And this time, Petaka gets the final word. Who cuts off who? My name is... Yeah, I know your name. Quit yapping and let's fight. Another reason that I feel like this is designed to be done last out of the 3 areas is notice there's portals now in the boss fight. Although I had never seen him go through the portal. I had seen him shoot through the portal. There you go. How could this be? Next time it won't be the same. And now the portals are gone. And now we're going this way. I don't think I'm allowed to go back. This might actually be like a one-way point of no return on this one. I forget. Oh, wait, no, I think they let you go back there. Yeah, that brings you back. Did I, like, not get hit in the boss fight? I still don't need the armor. What the fuck happened, dude? How did I not get hit? Like, honestly, I feel like it's a little unpredictable whether you will get hit or not, because it depends on how the boss warps around, you know, how Cardus warps around and stuff. 256 enemies on the nose on hard difficulty. That's a fun number. Alright. I actually don't know, like, how many enemies the difficulties add or remove or replace. I only ever really paid attention to, like, damage. Uh-oh. There we go. Somehow managed to stun both of them? Okay. What? I missed. I'm glad he stopped shooting. Alright, so here we go. Still have full armor. Time for... Actually, this is my favorite boss. And the really funny thing about this boss is, like... I specifically saw Korzidan's reaction, or read Korzidan's reactions to this boss. Because I think this was the first area he tested. And he had a real problem with it, and it was the same problem I originally had, but I figured out how to get around it. But the interesting thing is Korzidan ended up suggesting a way to, 1, make the arena more dynamic, while 2, also making it more manageable. Making the fight more manageable. But I think this boss is the coolest boss because it feels like a shmup boss. Oh, one thing I will say, though, don't use grenades. I will show you why to not use grenades. Because he does that. The shmup boss becomes a tennis boss. So that part of the fight was modified. So anytime he's doing the homing attack, he also raises these parts of the level. Whoop, I'm in a bad place. Okay, that somehow worked. was in a bad way for that. All right. Oh, that was a tough one. In my opinion, that's also the easiest boss, though. So here's the thing. With the the homing attack seems like it's undodgeable, and so that's why Corzin had suggested the raising the pillars in the corners. You basically have to dodge diagonally, because that homing attack has the same property of the burger drones in that the attack, as long as you elude it for long enough, the bullets will eventually hit the ground and then they're gone. But if you just, like, if you're just circle strafing him and keeping a consistent distance, they're gonna hit you. Like, they're going to manage to home in on you. You basically have to, like, sort of strafe a little bit towards him so that the homing bullets have to turn around, and they don't have enough time to turn around. Like, there's a limit to their turn speed, basically. But I can definitely get where, like, figuring that out is a little unintuitive. And that fight could definitely seem overwhelming for people. The other, pattern of, like, the three-way shot is really just, like, you need to find the gap. It is definitely very easy to just, like, get caught out at, like, exactly the wrong spot, and then you just get completely obliterated by it, but, it feels really cool to do that correctly. And that particular attack, I feel like I remember, an early boss in, like, episode 0 of Beyond Sunset, which I need to play at some point, because it's fully released now. I feel like I remember the boss of episode 0 in that having a similar attack among its arsenal. So what do we get this time? We get the plasma gun, which the alt-fire in particular is very powerful. And here's our third keystone. All keystones acquired. Now I can open that portal in the hub station. Alright. So I'm pretty sure I've done all secrets to this point. And like I said, there's one thing in the game that I can't account for with, that I have not accounted for in my past testing rounds in terms of secrets. So, we have all the keystones. That allows us to do this. This is it! Okay, but that's not it. We're not gonna go there yet, because remember this thing? We need to do this thing, too. I'm gonna leave us there at the mystery of the locked door. We have to solve the mystery of the locked door next time. So I'll leave that as the cliffhanger. We have the locked door, and we have the main portal that we needed the 3 keystones for. And that's what remains of this playthrough. But you can already see, like, that City 22 took me an hour. We started at around 1:30 something, I think. The 4th level probably took me like 20 minutes in and of itself, probably. Maybe not quite that, but I definitely remember, like, when I first tested this, I think City 22 took me at least 2 hours alone. So again, like, I'm tearing through this a little bit more quickly, like a little bit more streamlined because I've played it before. So you're not seeing a first playthrough, because my first full playthrough of this was a playtest that was not publicly streamed. So that's the downside. But the upside is I still get to show off the game when it comes out, and I get to, you know, show a couple of things here and there that is like, I helped improve this, and stuff like that. So, we're gonna tackle the matter of the locked door first. Let me start the timer back up. And you will soon find out there was a reason I didn't bother with this earlier. But we have to figure out how to open this thing. So, if you look around this area, you'll notice there's some boxes here, and turns out we can actually kind of maneuver around the lip here. And if you happen to look in that corner, you might notice that there's a wall there, but it doesn't go all the way up, and there seems to be room for stuff behind it, so we need to get ourselves over there. And arguably this might make our lives easier, having the cold dash, but I don't think it's even, I don't remember if it's necessary. I think it's not even necessary, because I think you can get to... Maybe it is necessary. I thought I remembered jumping across without that, but now I'm, like, jumping too late, trying to do it. No, you can totally jump across, and then you can jump across to there. So, the cold dash can help, but you don't actually need it. And lo and behold, there's a secret. It's another four-sided switch. The only problem is we live here now. No, we don't. It's fine. We can get back over the same way we came in. And now this door is open. So, what is through the mysterious locked door? So now, this definitely needs the cold dash. So in other words, you would have needed to have cleared the snow levels to get here. Now what the heck is this? Your first thought might be to, you know, try all of the different attacks that you've used before to destroy. And like, they do blink red, but they only blink like once. And it sure seems like what we're doing doesn't have any effect. However, the room seems to be trying to tell us something by giving us grenade ammo. So sure enough, grenades are apparently strong against some kind of orange creamsicle icicle thing. And now in here, we've got an enemy. An enemy that this does nothing against. That is also doing nothing against it. That is also doing nothing against it. So we need plasma for this. So effectively, you need to have beaten all three of the other worlds in order to actually progress through this. This has a check involving each of those, each of the things that you gained at the end of each episode. Yeah, sure enough, I can actually, I can actually hurt him with this. Probably gonna regret this. Okay, there's a gap in between. I got hit a couple times there. But you could actually duck outside each time and play it safe, but then it's gonna take way longer to shoot the thing down, because it's got a lot of HP. Fortunately, there's a lot of ammo in here, too. So, like, they make sure that you have enough ammo to, unlock all of this. And the cold dash doesn't require ammo. Even if you have 0 shells, you can still use cold dash. Like, you can even bring up this weapon even if your shell count is 0. It won't let you, interestingly, it won't let you switch to the other shotgun if your shells are 0. But you can still bring this up and use cold dash. So, we've passed all of the checks, and when I was playtesting this, the first thing this made me think of is Super Metroid Subversion, which is hands down the best Super Metroid ROM hack I've ever played. Out of the, you know, I've only played half a dozen or so Super Metroid ROM hacks, probably. But it has a secret area as well that has a bunch of, like, movement tech checks, that, a bunch of, like, progression checks to make sure you have power bombs, to make sure you have speed booster, etc., etc. So, like, that was the first thing I thought of when I got to this. This interestingly has black sides. I feel like that's not usually the way that the sides are textured. So, where do we end up now? We end up in Secret Gallery. There are 2 secrets in here. I've already gotten one of them. And more fun with portals. And then a few long hallways here. And suddenly, Gallery Petaka. And you've literally got one of the bands that contributed music to the game here, I think. You've got some special artwork at the beginning here, and artwork is kind of all that this place is about. You've got a bunch of different, like, fan art and stuff. And you've got QR codes if you want to get the original image. So you can scan these with a QR reader app. I feel like some of these might have actually been switched out, and there's more here now. I remember some of these. I don't remember all of them. I think some of them might have still had, like, official art as placeholder. Until they got more stuff to put in. That one I remember. This one I remember, too. That's Ghost Alpha. That's the jungle boss. Is this supposed to be one of... Is this supposed to be the band that's up front? I think that might be those guys. And this straight up looks like something out of, like, Mega Man 7 or something. Actually, no, I guess it's too pixelated to be Mega Man 7. So yeah, you've got all sorts of neat artwork here. But we still have another secret to find. And I actually forget where it is now. Or there's a chance they changed it. I don't remember if I had to shoot a specific thing. Oh, you just have to you have to go up there and press use. That's what it is. The only problem with that is now you can never see that artwork ever again. I kind of wish they would allow you to close that again. But here is the secret within a secret. I'm gonna save now. Because now we're headed for something else. See, this has actual sides to it. Oh, yeah. Oh, you know what? I should test something that I never thought about here. I'm just gonna walk in first. Guardian Drone. I didn't expect you could find this room. I'm quite impressed. And I won't let you pass this door. So notice our power-ups are gone. Whoops. Got smacked by that really hard. Alright, so I legitimately died there because I got hit pretty bad by one thing, but I want to try something that I didn't think of while testing this, actually, and I can't believe I didn't. Which is, what if I use this now? What if I use that now and then walk in? Oh, it's actually draining during the text. So yeah, you can actually use items before you come in, and you'll still have their effect when you're in here. Oh, jeez. Whoops. Which means I could try using Rampage to give myself a bit of a head start. The other thing I could try using is the machine gun, which I haven't tried using at all. Oh, that was another enemy. That wasn't him. I double KO'd. Okay. Well, that's something I never got to test before. I just missed the dialogue, but also reloaded the save at the same time. That time he, like, didn't send out any dudes, though. Yeah, that was bad. Oh, I got stuck. What am I getting hit? Oh, he went all the way over there? What a jerk. Yeah, basically anytime he does the red bullet attack, I'm basically never ready for it. If he just does the one attack with, you know, the less heavy-hitting things that are more spaced apart, I don't really have a problem with it. I'm never ready for it. I think part of the problem is I don't hear it coming. I am right on top of him, and I don't want to be right on top of him. Yeah, so sometimes he sends out a bunch of dudes, and sometimes he doesn't. And if he sends out a bunch of dudes, it gets messy. If he sends dudes right in my direction, though, then I can basically get rid of them as soon as they spawn. What is hitting me? One of them has to be hitting me. I got stuck again. The other thing is I'm trying not to go through the center because it's damage floor. I never had this much problem with this guy. And I mean, the one time I basically had it, but then I died to projectiles after the fight was over. Which, I mean, fair enough, the projectiles were still there. I wouldn't necessarily expect them to despawn. Did I really get hit by those after I thought they were gone? If this dude could stop point blanking me, that would be great. Where is he? The other problem is the fog. The fog is my biggest issue with this arena. And arenas in general. Is like, this game really likes fog. Oh, I didn't mean to go back. This game really, really likes fog. And the problem is that makes it hard for the player to see the enemies. Enemies don't give a shit, though. They can still see you just fine. So, like, if anything, I really wish this arena didn't have fog in it. There we go. He didn't get the spawn money that time either. I don't know if the machine gun has any effect on him, actually. I didn't assume... I assumed it didn't on bosses. Because, like, obviously it doesn't stop it from attacking, at least. Oh, that guy seems serious. Let's see what's behind that door. Yeah, so now both doors open. We still lost our power-ups, though. It still takes those away. However, it gives them right back here. There's all four of them. And guess what? It's another press 3 and break the glass. It's another pop the bubble plastic. I've seen this before, but I can't remember. So, what the heck is this thing? Press mouse 2 or right shoulder to refill Lotto energy. Okay, so this is a bit of information that was not here when I first played this. So, and silly me, I kind of, like, forgot to really test... Well, I think I briefly tested the alt-fire once, but I didn't realize what it was doing. But yeah, basically this just wrecks things at short range. It's kind of hard to get a feel for what the range is. But yeah, so it's kind of like a chainsaw. But it does have finite ammo, and you have to spend time to refill it. But like, it's kind of like a chainsaw, and it's kind of like the Serious Sam chainsaw. He did say something about being serious. Like the second encounter chainsaw is pretty freaking powerful. I don't necessarily know that this is too wide. I need to find something destructible. These are destructible. Aren't they? I'm pressing the wrong button. There we go. Oh, it actually locked onto it too. Yeah, so this really is the chainsaw. Like, if I do this, notice that it just moved my view to the right. I didn't do that. So yeah, it actually basically is the chainsaw slot. Alright, so we did the secret thing. I had to retry that boss way more than I thought I would have to. I don't remember if I played that boss on hard, though. I might have only played it on normal. Well, that was interesting. Oh, what a ride. So by the way, we're stuck here now. So let me... I don't think there's any reason for me to go back and revisit anyway. I think we've basically done everything. I think I got all the secrets to this point. But I think I mentioned at the beginning that the secret in this area eluded me. Hey, look, it's a mirror. What am I? So they're giving us ammo for all the things here. It's another check for that. Oh, that was interesting. Oh, that was actually a level transition. And now we live here. Yeah, that froze for a second. So, you can already tell this is a pretty big level. And again, the enemy count doesn't necessarily reflect the full reality of the level. So there's gonna be more than that, presumably. But yeah, this is the one level in the game that you're actually gonna notice load times. Because it's kind of a big level. One of the things I commented on, and I wonder if they might pursue this at a later point, is I don't understand why they made this all one big level. Because it has sections. Oh, hello. Oh, whoops. Was that was a turret, okay. You're not dead yet. There might be more than one. Nope, that's it, okay. I kinda wasted some grenades there. Alright, so that's unlocked. That's also unlocked. These are locked. We need 2 keys. Now we're gonna get all the types of enemies. And notice there is one secret in this huge level. One secret. Good luck finding it. Can't jump up here. And this is the one secret that I have not found in this game. I would hope they wouldn't put it behind here. Oh, was this not damage floor? This is surprisingly not damage floor. I wonder if that's unintentional, like it was in some of the jungle areas. Clearly, it seems we are reprising the jungle area. Ow. What else was hitting me? These guys. So there goes most of my health. We should redo that. Hey, Arithmeticus. Alright, there's some health in here. We'll see if we can claw this back. Alright, elevator activated. our health is back to acceptable levels. I wonder if it's actually more economical to hit those guys with the all-fire, because I might one-shot them with that. Did I leave more bullets out here? Yeah, I did. We could grab those. Alright, what do we have here? That was an autosave. So I can tell when this level autosaves because the game visibly hitches for a second. Because again, this is a really big level, so it is actually noticeable. Okay. Shouldn't have done that. Yep, I made a bad move there. I crossed the, I got in the crossfire. I'm not actually sure which thing hit me there, but I insta-melted. I could use one of my items. Hopefully I can duck this, can't I? Do they adjust their aim, or does that actually trivialize them? Because that would be kind of sad if it trivializes them. I mean, crouch is in the binding options, so it's not like you're not intended to crouch. Yep, this very much is kind of like, it's very NES run and gun inspired, and sometimes it does turn into bullet hell. Alright, let's save since I've actually survived a couple of the rooms. That doesn't one-shot them. Okay. I just tested the alt fire on them. There's armor sitting right there. I don't really need it that much. This might close behind me, though, so maybe I should take it. That was an autosave. Yeah, that closes behind. Like, the game is very much about, like, constantly replenishing your supplies. And on top of that, there's an infinite ammo power-up, too. Alright, so we're going through here now. Right into another big fight, presumably, given how much stuff they're giving me here. Including more armor, which I don't really need, because I barely took a hit. I definitely need the bullets, though. I gotta remember to look for secrets, too, because I have not accounted for the secret in this map. This is the one map that I did not find the secret in. I'm not sure to what degree. I find that, like, some weapons are better in certain situations, and there is definitely, a weakness by certain enemies to, like, turret enemies will be destroyed immediately by the grenade launcher, whereas if you use any other weapon, the enemy will detach from the turret after you destroy the turret. So, like, certain weapons can be more effective against certain things. But I'm not sure that there's necessarily actual, like, weak, you know, elemental weakness type things. Actually, pretty low on shells. There's another autosave. And the machine gun is very good at stun locking enemies. Alright, this might be the end of this area. We've been through about a third of the enemies, maybe. I tend to gravitate to shotguns in a lot of games, honestly. Like, I'm definitely guilty of that in Quake. I definitely use... Like, I have been criticized of how much I use the shotguns in Quake. Oh, refight time. Wanted to look at something real quick. So one thing we do have now that I did not have last time is I have the plasma rifle. And the plasma rifle does pretty good at dealing with that guy. Why are you so persistent? So I had thought I remembered when I tested this that they actually added armor to this. Maybe I was testing on a different difficulty and that was why. But otherwise this arena is basically identical. Okay, they do give me back other ammo types here. So... Oh, that's right, and then that gives us the one of two keys. And that brings us back here, but we still need the other key. So we need to go that way. What are the chances that there's a secret in the starting room? Now I have shells. What? That was very weird. It was like facing a different direction every time it punched, trying to lock onto that guy. I've never seen that before. Oh yeah, I played... Actually, the thing about the 3-barrel shotguns, I kind of hate it. Because it, like, messes up all of the math that works for the, double-barrel shotgun. And actually, the starting shotgun, well, not starting shotgun, but the first shotgun you get in this one actually requires 2 ammo per shot. This requires 3. Alright, next is the snow revisit. That's a lot of you. Oh, wait, hang on. Uh-huh. Cool, I got stuck on something. I got stuck on a rock, so I nearly died. But yeah, very easy to overlook those. Be redoing this anyway. Yep, that's fine. I kind of wanted to redo it. What? Huh? The other guy got lost. Whoops, wrong button. I still got... Here's the problem. I take my eyes off of them, and I get nearly killed anyway. Alright, there we go. Jeez, that guy was very hyperactive. Actually used the machine gun on those guys, which is what I should have done to begin with. Why are these over here? Like, should I leave them there? That was kind of rude. Could have gone a lot worse than it did. Oh, hello. Oh, hi. See, that's another case of, like, the fog just makes them invisible. So I just didn't even see them coming, and then suddenly there are shots out of nowhere. Alright, time for more cold shotgun? Maybe? No, wait, what are we doing here? Yeah, I wish. That would be a good idea. I didn't mean to do that, I hit the wrong button. So we can't get up there yet. No, there was still an... I have 1 health, dude. I just killed myself. Alright, cool. Because there are corners that jut out there. Yeah, I should actually use grenades here. Hit it again, dude. Oh. One of them got away. Oh, hello. That's not what I meant to pull out. That's what I meant. Okay. Oh, hello. Doorways, I think I heard enemies also, though, so... And so this is where we came from. Now we can go this way. And actually, you can see that the arrow's reversed everywhere here. I'm honestly kind of curious. There might be... Like, could the secret be in this room, potentially? And also, like, teleporters open so that if you fall down and get stuck, you can get out. But given that secrets usually follow pretty consistent patterns in this, like, sometimes they're waterfall secrets. That's the one reason I'm checking these. Oops, I actually dashed too late. You want to dash basically right when you jump. Alright, moving on. Wow. Why do I keep flipping? To be fair, they do kind of strafe. Oh, there were more dudes in there. Clear some of this out. I don't trust that. I guess nothing's gonna happen until I walk out into there, and then I'm committed. Yep. Whoa. Got a little stuck there. Hello. There's another one behind him. Okay. I'm wondering if they actually know... Okay, yeah, notice that. That's there for a reason. I was wondering if they reconfigured how this room works. They might have. It's been a while since I played this, though. Like, I only played this level 1 during, like, the first playtesting phase. So can I actually... I can walk over here right now. Yeah, so there's one there and there's one there. It's interesting how they highlight it with the light beam there. What was that? That's what I'm thinking of. Okay, so he's gone, but there's another one. So the light beams are clearly meant to kind of highlight them. There's a problem with that, though, which is that the front light beam kind of masks what's behind it. It kind of has the same problem as fog. I want to say those light beams are new. I don't remember them being there. But yeah, they're clearly meant to draw attention to where the turrets are. Because one of the problems I had with this when I first played it was that back turret is really hard to see. But, like, that's because of the fog. The way to solve that is to make there not be fog, not to make it harder to see by adding, like, semi-opaque things in front of it. That'll distract you further. I pressed the wrong button again. I really need to fix that binding. Because for some reason my mind wants to use my mouse thumb button to dash, and that's not how I set it up. Oh. When did this get here? Was there an update? I thought that wasn't there yesterday. If it was, I accidentally ignored it. So you can actually configure your weapons right from here now. Like, right from the options, without having to go to, like, the full options menu from GZ Doom. Alright, so let me fix this. I guess my question is, what button do I want item use to be on? Because right now, that's what I have on the thumb button. I need to put that on something else. So that I can put cold dash on this, since I keep trying to use it that way. That's why I have, like, repeatedly accidentally used items. Now I have to do this again, right? Yep. Yeah, so the real problem is you can't see it from this distance at all. If that dude's back there, you can't see anything over there. That's basically invisible. So, I feel like that's still just as much of an issue as it was before, and these bright, you know, semi-translucent light things just make it worse, actually. Oh, I can just do that, too. Alright, so we're through that. So I want to take one more look around for potential secrets. I really don't know where the final one is. I don't see anything here standing out. Wait, what about... Is this where I came from? This is where I came from, yeah, okay. What? Wow, I really shot right off of that ledge there. Did not mean to do that. Accidental speed tech. Oh, hey, dead camper. Alright, autosave. Oh, we should be using grenades for these. Yeah, so the plasma rifle is also pretty good at stun locking. It's less blatant than the, less blatant than with the machine gun, but it can still kind of do it. That's not the weapon I wanted. I fat-fingered the 4 key and hit 5 instead. So, obviously this is where we came from. The arrows actually do, like, a surprising amount of work to, like, make sure you don't accidentally go backwards. Whoop, let's not do that. Yeah. Alright, we've got stairs. Okay, so that's the end of this section. And that was another autosave. And of course, now that means we have another boss refight. Let's use the plasma rifle that I didn't have before again. Oh, they changed the scenery here compared to the first fight. Yeah, so just... Sorry, but I'm always cooler than you. I see what you did there. Just... I'm primarily relying on the alt-fire of the plasma gun, because it does a pretty significant chunk of damage. Oh, what? This is breakable. No, it's not? Wait, hang on. What? Why is this here? So I honestly don't remember if this was here originally, but it's really weird that this is using the breakable glass texture, and I'm guessing that's because they just, like, straight up replaced the texture and maybe didn't think about it being used here. Because the fact that this looks breakable now, you know, makes me wonder why it's not actually breaking. That's, surprising. I honestly don't remember. I would have to, like, go back and look at my test playthrough, as to whether this area was redecorated compared to the original fight. Alright, and there's the, other of the two keys. So we've revisited the jungle, we've revisited the snow area. That means we've got the city area left to revisit. Oh, that's right. This is the room that I immediately thought, hey, this kind of looks like Doom E1M1. Except it doesn't have stairs here. Ooh, I should check this. Nothing there. Nothing there either. Waterfalls? Nothing. I really do have no idea where the secret is in this level, and the thing is, it could be anywhere. In the entirety of this big level, the biggest level in the game. Alright. Whoops. Didn't quite wait long enough for that to be, already done shooting. The one time that there was a secret on one of these, it was a very obvious teleporter, so... Alright, city revisit time. Ooh, I can jump up here twice. Actually. That kind of reminded me of the texture that is often used for secret doors. So they could very easily, like, sneak one in on me here, potentially. Where am I on the map right now? Yeah, there's nothing special on the sides of that. Interesting place to do that. Okay. They're really building us up for this one. Nope. This is actually taking us somewhere else. Alright, Guardian's Base Area 2. Can I go back? I can go back. It does actually bring you back right there. So, though, this is what I found surprising, was like, this is still technically G1. It's all one big map, but it's literally introduced, like, it doesn't show up on the console the way that they usually do at the beginning of levels, but, like with actual level transitions, but, like, it shows you a second, you know, section title, basically. And that made me really wonder why this wasn't done as multiple maps. Because if it were done as multiple maps, that would also make the load times, you know, less perceptible. Which, again, this is the only map where the load and save times are perceptible to begin with. have made a terrible mistake. Yeah, one of them got behind me. Oh, I wanted to finish that one. Oh, whoops, I forgot that guy was up there. So, right, now I remember. This is the other really nasty part of the game. There are two City 22 themed nasty parts of the game. One was the long street within the original, like, City 22 episode, so to speak. The other one is this. I shouldn't be doing that. I should be grenading those guys. Yeah, so the fact that those guys can end up behind you... Oh yeah, one thing that those guys can do is they can actually sail behind this thing and then be effectively invisible. We're gonna redo that again. Let me actually try to grenade the turret in the back. Yep, it happened. Oh, come on. That guy seemed to wake up by himself pretty quickly, because I thought I had stunned him. Yeah, so the problem with... I'm honestly surprised they didn't rethink this. This is easily the most brutal part of the game, because the problem is, you're in this one corridor that you're confined to, and there's all that stuff firing at you, and it's like, what are you supposed to do? You don't really even have cover, other than, like, backing up to avoid line of sight with most of the things out there. Like, this is easily the most problematic part of the game right here. Alright, get rid of that guy. Just use grenades for everything, I guess. And there's actually multiple turrets there, too. So that actually, like, adds insult to injury. Is like, you're actually getting bombarded by at least two of them up there. Alright, we did it. Just use grenades. Grenades, explosions fix everything. Oh, there was still a dude there, who probably would have surprised me later. That's a cool little look, actually. Although it's kind of surprising... Because, like, that looks like a, you know, a window texture below it. And then it just ends right there, and then there's fence above it. But it still looks pretty neat. Don't think about the logistics, and it's fine. Another tree up there, too. Alright, let me save before anything else goes wrong. Did that not hit anybody? Yeah, they probably dodged it. So I have mentioned before how, oh, hello. I'm not done yet. I mentioned before how, like, the shotgun happens to fire at the perfect rate to counter the drone makers. It'll basically time it to where it's just about to spit out a drone, but it doesn't get to. So that's another example of where, like, there aren't necessarily, like, specific elemental weaknesses, but there are counters. Is this the secret? Son of a bitch, that's the secret. It's just right there. And there's even stuff leading to it. I just needed to look for it. So I missed that during my playtest. We have now found all of the secrets in the game. I am fairly certain I found everything else. The sad thing is I didn't really need that. Which just goes to show how, like, the action in this game is very all or nothing in terms of you taking damage. Like, you tend to either just completely die outright, or not take any damage. See, we found the punching elevator. Okay, that was actually the final thing. Nice of them to make that the final one, so you don't have to deal with potentially more enemies with the drones still alive. Oh, whoops. Alright, we're at 200 again. Let's grab whatever ammo we can. Somehow I only have 28 shells. We might not have encountered shells in a while. They're giving us, like, everything else. We're probably gonna get an autosave here anyway. Yep, there it is. So this is locked for now. That probably opens it. Alright. That actually matches that texture. It's funny because it ends up looking like a Quake prototype texture or something. The alignment is a little unfortunate. It feels like these should be shifted one to match this instead. That's a very minute detail. I don't even need these. What am I doing? Sorry. Berserker, right? Yeah, there he is. Oh, jeez. Did I leave any of the other supplies here? Grab these. Oh, and there's more supplies here, too. Okay. Didn't want to take my chances with the drone maker that time. Okay. This part's interesting. Because, if you look really closely over there, that's us. This isn't mirrored, but it's, like, constantly looking at itself. I'm actually surprised. I don't know if it, like, actually infinitely carries on. It looks like it does because you can see this over there, too. I imagine there's got to be a draw distance imposed, otherwise, this would probably die a horrible death right now. So yeah, just suddenly a very, loopy hallway, kind of literally. Whoops. Alright. What is gonna happen? Wait, what? Right, okay. So, it just closed those doors. We're still on the other side of that. And you can also see that there's dudes parked there. So the question is, where are we gonna end up when we, go through here? Okay, we end up facing them. That's actually pretty nice. Ow. They didn't do anything too rude to us there. Question is, now what? Okay, these are unlocked. So oh, but now it goes somewhere else. So that's actually really trippy. Because remember, we were looking through that before from here. So there's like some, like, multiple layers of portals going on or something. I don't even know how the hell they did that. Which, you know, good job. I don't know. I have reached the end of my extremely rudimentary knowledge of, Doom mapping. Alright, well, it looks like we're going into the next section, then. So when we started out, I think the enemy total was 313. We're now at 449 total, and there's still over 100 to go. And then some, presumably. But first we have the refight of this boss. I don't remember if I probably haven't retested this. I basically didn't retest this part of the game because it was one map and it would be really hard for me to, like, go to specific portions. It would be like, I would have to basically, like, no-clip and fumble around the map for things, which is another reason I wish it were multiple maps. It would make it easier to retest, too. So I have not retested this since it was since the fight was modified in the first instance to raise the columns. So let's take a look at that here. Does he? Yeah, he still reflects that. Oh, it interrupts him, though. Like, he got exactly one bullet off in this formation. Yep, okay, still works. Does the same thing in both fights. He kind of just blocked himself, but okay. Oh, I actually got hit in the back by a bunch of those. I could try this on him. It would be a terrible idea. Oh, I knocked him back. That's funny. Alright, he's dead. I'm still better than you. Alright, I ran out of machine gun. Oh, yeah, let's actually pick up that guy's stuff. And now we are in G3, but it's still technically G1. Alright, we do have some machine gun ammo here. And now we've got more fun with portals. So that doesn't go anywhere, but this clearly does. That's locked. Come to think of it, I never really bothered paying attention to whether the game consumes keys, but it does. It takes them out of your inventory. It took the stones out of our inventory, too. So, this is where we're going next. Now they're giving us all the machine gun ammo. That's rude. But hey, at least they didn't spawn behind me. The door is open. Oh, okay. And that's actually looking back to where we came from. We can still go through that if we want. That's just, yep, that just locked behind me. Okay. I seem to recall this part being kind of rude, but they also specifically give you an item for it. What did I put that on? That, right. I still died because I made horrible use of that item. Let's actually get that ready to go. Oh, that opened more stuff up, didn't it? Can't really hit that. Yeah, I'm just gonna destroy it. It's not safe for me to try to hit that there. This liquid does damage you. Pretty sure. Yeah, I thought I heard those guys. Yeah, I'm taking damage when I stumble into it by accident. Like, that room could be plenty difficult already, even without the damage floor. So that's definitely one of the most dangerous rooms in the game. Alright, that was an autosave. Are we in the furnace room? Interesting floor details going on here. Alright, we just got armor. That guy didn't see me coming. It's interesting how now they're making use of the multiple tiers here. So I feel like that's something they didn't necessarily make as much use of back in the snow levels. Like, this is... The way this is constructed feels a lot like some of the parts of the snow levels. Extra health. Not a secret, though. Kind of low on machine gun ammo again. And there's an autosave, and here's a bunch of stuff. It's a huge pile of weapons and everything. And yeah, now I'm basically full on everything. So they seem to be preparing us for something. That's a lot of stuff at once. I got stuck. Look at all those explosions. Whoops. Haven't done that. We're not done. What? I saw projectiles coming from not where I expected. Yeah, what is that? It's not from the burger drones, is it? No, it's from these guys. I didn't think those were homing. I think they're homing. I guess they just never had a chance to home in on me in any of the other contexts that those guys show up in. But this is a much bigger arena. Alright, are we full up again? Except for shotgun. Alright, we can't go back, I'm pretty sure. So at this point, it is what it is. Oh, grenades. I need those. Now I don't. Alright. I'm gonna take a break here. And then we will see what's in the portal. But we have surmounted almost all of the odds. There are ostensibly 2 enemies left for when we get back. Alright. Let's head through this possibly final portal and see what we've got. They cut the music again. Whoa! Wow, I'm floating! Hey, you didn't say that back when we got to the secret level. You were floating there, too. Can I go back? I can go back. I can't really go any further back than that, though. So it's actually kind of surprising that they allow you to go back that far. But, yep. Now, if I recall correctly... oh, so I guess, is that a reflection of this? Yeah, it is. So that's interesting. I'm pretty sure, wasn't that the planet we actually landed on? So... where does this put us? Oh, wait. That just... we had to go in there and then back out of there. Like, immediately. I want to do that again. I want to pay closer attention to what just happened there. So... was it seriously? Yeah, it's seriously you turn around and you go somewhere else. Which is maybe a little excessively trippy. Huh. Well, look who it is. We meet again, Petaka. I won't lose this time. Oh, it's harder to see the, I feel like it's harder to see his shots now. Oh, he just warped right in my ear. That's the second time. Spoilers, he's not done yet. That's the second time today I've managed to double KO something. I should still have all 4 items, right? So if we wanted to, we could use an item. Alright, so you can skip that. But yeah, I got some really unfortunate warps there. What? How did I get hit by all of that? Oh, shit. It's the same kind of homing bullets as, the city boss. Okay. Phase 1 down. But he's got a phase 2. Aren't those bullets still active? No. I should probably use an item now. We're using that. I can't even see him, dude. I think my item is running out. Okay, Rampage ended him pretty fast. Oh, wait! Don't shoot! The reason why we imprisoned... Well, he didn't get to finish that sentence. Huh, who? Well, hello there. The closer Petaka gets to finding what he is looking for, the more challenges stand in the way and new questions arise. Who is Petaka? Why is he imprisoned by a group of one-eyed aliens? And who is that mysterious figure? Find the answers in the upcoming free expansion pack. Yeah, so this isn't over. And also, who the hell is that guy? I can't wait to meet you again, Petaka. Wait, is that the guy that we just killed? Or who just supposedly got killed? I don't know. They said meet you again. Presumably that's its own character. So they just introduced like 2 new characters, potentially. But yeah, main dev who did a lot of the stuff is Sandatiyo Bayu. You've got Nash and Sanya on the programming credits. There's your Indonesian chiptunes musicians. And here's your QA. And my name is on there on the second line. Along with a bunch of other names you might recognize. And then your special thanks. Published by Hellforge. Yeah. And then, oh right. Then you get this, but the problem is because it was all one hub, it counts up very slowly, because like I think the counters, even though it's a percentage, I think it's still kind of like the speed is affected by raw numbers. So I'm gonna skip through that. We did get 100% kills and 100% secrets though. So there you go. It was a little closer to 4 hours full playtime. The 325 is not counting like reloads, deaths, that sort of thing. But they even did like a fully styled end level screen. Thanks for playing Malapetaka. If you like the game or have any feedback, please leave a review on our Steam page. Also, don't forget to follow Malapetaka's social sites for further updates. They're on X and Blue Sky. And that's your end screen. That's it. That's the game. So, that was Malapetaka. Was glad to see a few new things in the final release that I don't remember seeing previous to that when I playtested it. It's a pretty cool game. It can be pretty tough on normal and hard. But if that looks like overwhelming to you, then you can easily play it on easy, and then it's actually a much more forgiving experience. Because, like, then you can afford to accidentally stand in the way of a bunch of bullets that you didn't realize were coming off from the side or behind you or something, and you won't die to it right away. Thanks for the GG. Yeah, possibly. I did put in quite a few hours on it when I was playtesting it. Because, let's see, I did a full playthrough on the first playtesting pass. And then I basically, like, replayed... I definitely replayed the bosses a bunch of times to, like, test difficulty there. I replayed the snow levels because I wanted to find the secrets, and I figured that was a good excuse to, like, replay some of it on one of the later builds. But this is only my second full playthrough of it. So anyway, the one thing we didn't look at is Horde mode, so let's show that for a bit. I'm gonna play this on easy so that I actually have a shot at surviving it. Because on normal, I absolutely will not survive it, because Horde mode, the idea is, stuff is coming at you from every possible angle. At some point, something's going to hit you that you weren't watching out for. And on normal or hard, or like you might get like stuck on a bunch of enemies by backing into them or something. On normal or hard, you're almost definitely gonna take a quick death somewhere. So, there is one level for each of the 3 main aesthetics that we saw in the base, in the story mode. So you got Snow Base, you got City 22, you've got Jungle Hideout. The mechanics of each of the levels is actually fairly similar. My understanding is each level is essentially scripted the same way. Yeah, I know, right? It's like, and maybe they learned from that when they released Heretic and Hexen, because Heretic and Hexen have actually, like, not just a toggle, but 4 toggles. Like, there are granular toggles in Heretic and Hexen remasters for maintaining the original map design, enemy behavior, weapon behavior, stuff like that. Would have been cool for them to do that, to go back and do that for Quake 2. But as far as I know, they have not gone back and done that for Quake 2. So yeah, it's really unfortunate because, like, growing up I really liked Quake 2. But now that is, like, easily the bottom tier remaster out of the various remasters that I have played from Night Dive. Just because of the crap they did to the enemies. Especially the Berserker, which I know they toned it down a bit, but it still sucks. The stomp attack just has never been good. Alright, so I'll play City 22, just because I like the aesthetic the most. So Horde mode rules, they actually tell you right off the bat now, that it's 20 waves. Destroy 20 waves of enemy Horde, gain as much score as possible. To get the highest rank, do a kill streak to increase the score multiplier. If you reach the full bar of 2x multiplier, you'll gain an extra 10 health and armor bonus, and a 2500 score, so you want to try to, like, chain enemies. Having trouble finding the last remaining enemies? Use automap to find them. So that was definitely a thing, based on feedback I gave of, like, it was very common to end up, like, somehow missing one enemy, and then you had to go around hunting for it. Oh, should I restart the timer? Hang on. I'll reset the timer so we can see about how long this takes. So we start off with the double pistols and the shotgun. Now is where I need to be looking. So they're trying to chase me. That's the thing too, is like sometimes I accidentally like lead them into a corner or something. Oh, now it's flashing. I need to find more enemies. Took too long to find more enemies. Yeah, it only started flashing again once I finished the wave, unfortunately. Alright, so we got the machine gun. Which is good, because now there's a bunch of enemies that I would like to stop shooting. Oh, that was kind of overkill. Alright, we got a few extra bonuses in that one. We have a time freeze available here. I'm relieved that he didn't actually spit out any drones while I was failing to shoot at him. Who is left? It's always when I start seeing the flashing indicator in the top right. It's always when I run out of enemies to shoot at. So now we got the cold shotgun, which also means we can dash. Interesting how you'll always see the flying versions of the enemies that normally start out as turrets. Like, it makes more sense for them to be mobile from the start. Oh, crap. See, if this had been normal or hard, I might be dead already. That was a waste. Oh, wait, you can farm drones for score, can you? I guess that's the actual, trick to scoring in this. Is just let the drone makers make drones. Alright, who's left? You're left. Alright, we got the plasma rifle. I can't see. Help. That would have absolutely killed me on any other any higher difficulty. Down here? Yeah, they are. Oh, I think I actually did get a bonus for one of those two. Alright, so now we have Time Freeze and Rampage. Whoop, there's a dude behind me. Got a couple of bonuses out of that. Oh, shit. Oh yeah, and because drones are lost souls, they don't count towards wave completion. That's a bunch of bonuses. That was pretty decent. Oh yeah, and I think I mentioned yesterday while I was playing that, like, this mode changes everything to ramps. I don't know, that guy still got stuck even with the ramp. Oh, boss time. go. Kind of seemed like he got confused. I have to wonder if the different shape to the arenas messes with the boss AI. Who's left? The other problem with this mode is it starts to get hard to see with all the corpses. Guy is stuck on the ramp again. Like, he'll climb the ramp, but he'll never get to the top of it for some reason. Alright, that one went pretty well. What I wanted. Whoa, hello. Are they all in the next room, or did they spawn on top of me silently? I'm kind of confused. Figured they had to be in the next room. I believe it gives you your ammo back after each wave completes. Oh, hello, that's a boss. Maybe we should use this. Because there's another one there anyway. I was hoping that would, you know, get him closer to dead, but it kind of didn't. He's dead. This guy I need to actually, And now you do have to either use the arena's cover or know how to dodge that. Nice time to auto-switch to a weapon that he can reflect. How does he still have this much ammo left? Or rather, health. Alright, that's doing a decent amount of damage. Oh, that was close. Alright, that's God mode. I'm not where I usually am at the beginning of waves now. swear that guy just showed up out of nowhere. I think it does silently spawn in enemies on a timer. Well, either on a timer or when one enemy spawns it, or dies, it spawns the next one. Another time freeze. Who is still left? There's still somebody left. Oh, it's not him because he doesn't count. Lots of drone makers. There we go. Sorry for the flashbangs when I'm like close range and hitting things with this. Did I get the drone? I think I got the drone. Getting increasingly messy here. Yeah, you can jump. There is a little bit of platforming involved. Actually also involving the dash move. Oh, now I should probably use like all of my stuff. Where's the other guy? Alright, we got another rampage. Good, because I definitely, like, wasted... Wait, what? Oh, there he is. Where did he go, dude? Ow. There we go. Congratulations, you completed Horde mode. Your final rank is S. So S is more correlated to score than to surviving the entire thing. And of course, you can impact your score by getting more of those bonuses for killing enemies while the meter is full at the top right. Only on easy difficulty, though. There were at least a couple of places I probably would have died instantly if this were normal difficulty. Because, yeah, when there are that many things coming at you from that many different directions, you're bound to get caught up on something at some point. We can still run through here and appreciate how much stuff we destroyed. There was still another time freeze, which is actually the only thing I have left. I find time freeze, like, functionally it's kind of equivalent to God Mode or Rampage in terms of, like, being able to pile on a bunch of damage without consequences, but because it's time freeze... Actually, let me use this now. And then switch to... Notice that my projectiles are still kind of there. Actually, I don't think we got a good look at that. But, like, basically, I'm pretty sure that it's kind of awkward to use it for projectile weapons compared to hit-scan weapons. I find that hit-scan weapons tend to work more naturally with it, because you know it's definitely hitting something. But yeah, Horde Mode's a cool little thing. If you feel like score attacking, then it lets you do that. It's kind of like a, you know, it's a bit functionally like a miniature version of, like, the challenge mode in, Overload. Which is pretty much just endless explosions. So it's neat that they added that in there as a little thing that you can, do to destroy more alien mech things if you want to, if you feel like doing it. But yeah, that was Horde Mode. We did Story Mode. We are effectively now done with everything that this has to offer. I guess this actually rotates map. Yeah, this will actually rotate to the different Horde maps. But like I said, they functionally operate the same. So I'm going to actually exit back out to the main menu. And we can wrap it up here. Some projectiles so enemies can play. That's true. Because especially when it wears off, it actually does kind of like do a thing where like they kind of like act slowly before they come back to normal speed as it's wearing off. But yes, you actually kind of get a preview of the bosses during the intro cutscene there. Look how fast the skybox is rotating around outside in the title screen here. Actually, I never really paid attention to that. That's probably the same skybox we had at the end of the game. But yeah, so interesting that, like, I feel like this game does more to its plot at the last possible second, where it's like there's gonna be more. Supposedly as a free expansion, so, like, granted, I only spent, you know, 4 or 5 hours with it here this weekend. And again, I mentioned that, like, I went a little bit faster than I would expect the first playthrough to go. The very first time I played this for the playtest, it probably took me more like somewhere between 6 and 8 hours, but of course I was also stopping to write a bunch of stuff down too. So, if you absolutely rush through it, yeah, it might be a 3 to 4 hour story mode, but it can take you longer than that on a first playthrough when you haven't seen it before, more realistically speaking. But yeah, there's gonna be more. So, right now it's at what is it, 15% off? I forget exactly. Yeah. So first of all, the demo is still available. So if you want to try a piece of it, you can. And also, I always have to praise developers for actually leaving their demos up after the game releases, because by this point I've seen way too many developers take the demo down, which I kind of hate when developers do that. So it's nice to see that it's still there. So the base price of the game in USD is hard to see when it's crossed out, so Steam makes the number like lower contrast and smaller. The normal base price is $15, so at 15% off, it's $12.75. It will be 15% off through October 9th, or I guess until midday October 9th. That's usually how those work with Steam. So you've got a couple of weeks to try out the demo and think about it for yourself. But again, knowing that, like, this is what you're getting so far, but also there's going to be more to it. I have no idea if there is any expected timetable on when we get more. But yeah, I think there's already a lot to like here. I think the aesthetic and, you know, the audio profile it goes for and the soundtrack all kind of stand out in this. It's not your standard GZ Doom game. It's a lot of, you know, as Arithmeticus, I think, concluded shortly after they joined the stream today. It's kind of bullet hell in some places. It's very NES 90s, well, late 80s, early 90s action run-and-gun shooter kind of inspired. But if you're looking for something kind of different, and don't mind that it's still GZ Doom under the hood, this does some pretty cool stuff. Major Arlene was in here yesterday and also, like, confirmed that, like, yes, they've gotten a lot of feedback in terms of the difficulty balancing, so there is likely to be more work on that. So, again, I played it on hard difficulty, so you saw the upper end of it right now. In the state it's in right now, normal is much closer to hard than it is to easy, so if you start on normal and think that you're getting your butt kicked way too quickly, it's not you. It's like, that's how the game is currently balanced, so, it may make sense to start out on easy, if you want the game to be more forgiving. That being said, I do think that there is a very, very wide gulf right now between easy and normal, so it'll be interesting to see if and how they address that. But yeah, I'm more curious about who are these characters they just introduced. I'm almost worried that, like, they're over-promising, and like, they're promising too much as a free expansion, because, like, it feels like there needs to be, like, way more in the way of, like, plot exposition in what is yet to come, and it feels like they could be making, like, 2 entire more, you know, this feels like it was the Shareware episode or something, and just in terms of the plot. Because the plot so far is, we play a dude who's angry and lost his memories, and aliens put him in jail for some reason. But then they just introduced more characters. You know, there's this huge cliffhanger that it ends on. And they could potentially do a lot with that, so I'm curious to see what they do exactly. And how much of it happens as a free expansion versus... I could definitely, you know... To me, I could conceive it making room for a sequel, straight up. So we'll see how much of it comes as an expansion. Exactly. But, the game's off to a very good start. It's cool to see that this also released under the Hellforge umbrella. And it was cool, like, being in the dev Discord where the playtesting was going on, it was cool to see, like, a couple of the other Hellforge-related devs, like Horzadin, also, like, sort of share a few notes on, you know, approaches to different things. Whether it be, like, scripting or sound design or what have you. So, like, yeah, it's... You know, Hellforge already has, you know, somewhat of a reputation for having quite a few promising boomer shooters under their purview. And that also enables, like, each of them to help make each other stronger, too. So that's kind of a pretty, like, significant component to me. So it's cool to see that kind of cooperation happening.